Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. I want to capture a couple of things. I want to say thanks to Andy Miller for becoming a member and Dan O'Darkley for becoming a member. How are folks doing? Hey Kegel, hey Martin, Black Lantern, Frederick. How's this Sunday? Stephen B, Clownhammer, Clifford and Papa and Heiko and Bill. We got a lot of folks here today. I'm not going to be able to catch every name. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. PF Dennis. Oh, here we are. Might as well go this way. Get some cat action here. Hey Doom, hey James, hey Rod, Astro Lemonade and Stewart. Oh, I gotta scroll down. Wow, how many people do we have already? 142 this early in. Dr. Dave, welcome. Deanna, Pedro and James, how are folks? We're gonna make some serious progress on this project today. We put together Filamatrix toolhead last stream, and it is assembled. I did make a umbilical mount to match what I had before. I put that on there, but the remaining things will be wiring the box turtle to the printer and then going through and doing a bunch of configuration and setup. Yep, Oscar has arrived. What do you got? You got something on your face? Hey Bruno, hey Timor, hey Nick, hey Ella. Turtle Smurtle, we're here for the cats. Yeah, the cats think so lately. The cats are very needy. Do you have any trouble printing the light box, specifically the logos? No, it turned out pretty well. And my tip for installing those is make sure you press against a surface so you don't accidentally break those pieces out. Here we go. Now you've both arrived. They will help with the fuzzy skin print. Yes. Little extra reinforcement in the plastic. Apparently Felix is not a fan of the I guess chain flex there. Hey Bruno. So the one sniffing the other one's butt is Oscar, and the one receiving the sniffing is Felix. Oh crap. I never printed that, Thunder Keys. Felix, you don't need to be out there. Come on. You don't need to be back there. Yes, he's behind my Pro Mills bins. Hey Armor 3D. Hey Deanna. Remind me again what you said yesterday about you don't squirrel. I don't squirrel at all. Ever. I figured I would wear an appropriate shirt today in honor of the Benchy license going local, going open, completely open. So there you go. You're back over here. Public domain. That's it. That's the word I wasn't thinking of. Redacted. Thanks for being a member. Hey, Porty. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get things moved around. You're going to sit right there. Do you have a bottom plate already? I don't. But this isn't the last stream in this series, so I have time. Hey, Mark. Hoping to see the box turtle pushing plastic tonight. We'll see. I know that there will be another stream on this. This will be a 5-stream series. Just based on we basically spent a full, 5 hours working on the tool head. Today will be wiring, making the connection between the printer and the box turtle and getting things set up. I don't want to do all that and then have like 20 minutes at the end to do a print and call the series done. So we are going to, we're committing to a 5th stream in this series. Gonna go there? There you are. Good job. So, well, then that means another kit giveaway, right? So, hey, Shonky Kong. What do we have here? Sir McSquishy and Mr. Wiz and G Gorgecki, C Gorgecki, Malik Array and ASM. Hey, Bill, buddy just delivered some red diesel for the garage heater. Nice. You can be a little more comfortable. More streams, more giveaways. Yep. Hey, Iconic Fab. Ulrich, thanks for being a member for 30 months. We did, so before we get really going, and Clifford Hopkin, thanks for being a member for 10 months. Yesterday's members stream, speaking of members, we made some pretty good progress on the Reaper build. Look at that thing. This is turning out awesome. Hey, Obi-Wan. So this is a 3D sets model. Oh, I got the heating nut all the way in there. 3D sets model. And we made some good progress on it yesterday. Had some trouble getting the bed in. That was kind of frustrating. A little oversight in, I think, assembly sequence on 3D sets parts. You run into that kind of thing with these projects. But we got past it. We got it installed. And hopefully next stream we'll maybe finish it up next stream. I don't know. It might be 2 more streams. We still have to configure the radio to power 2 extra servos, so. They call this 8th scale. They call this 8th scale. All their models, all their main models, not they have a mini series of things, but all the regular models are 8th scale. So, dozed off and missed the bed being added. Well, we did go for a full 5 hours yesterday, so. The seats look too small for the cats. That's true. Hey, Felix, you've got your spots. Your spots. Go there. Oops. Oh, where's my mouse? Where's my stuff? Mike, thanks for the gifted memberships. I've been learning why it pays to use good ABS and not cheap ABS. Yes. Good filament makes all the difference. Oh, I didn't bring that over. If I have a reason to go over to the other, just speaking of filament, not necessarily good or bad filament, if I have a reason to go over to the other garage, I'll bring a Core 1 sample print that I thought was interesting. That percentage of that truck model are 3D printed parts. Fasteners and electronics and shocks and bearings are the non-printed. Windows, the clear windows aren't printed. A very large percentage of that is 3D printed. Welcome, Bob. Hey, Josh. Hey, Reth. What gray are you using? This gray is Polymaker Galaxy Gray, ABS. The black, I've got a mixture here of, it's all Polymaker and it's Galaxy Black, but it's a mixture between ABS and ASA. And there is a difference. The sparkle in it is a little different between them. I think the ABS has a little larger, less dense sparkle than the ASA. Don't put a driver in the wrong way on your AFC board. You're gonna have a bad time. It does sound like a bad time. It's awesome, Mike. Thank you. Considered good filament these days. Still Polymaker's good filament. Mm-hmm. There's lots of good filament out there. Stick with the name brands, you're probably okay. PF Dennis, thanks for the gift of memberships. Torque has an open beta printed shock that uses magnets. Yep, it's not open. You purchase, it comes with the Hustle pack. Open would be anybody can download the files, but you buy into it basically by buying the Hustle pack. Overture Diamond Gray and Polymaker Galaxy seem to be very similar. Watch your streams all the time. This is my first live. Awesome. Thanks for being here, PC3D. Always a solid choice. It's mostly what I buy. I have a lot of Polymaker. I really have a wide range of filaments. So being a Polymaker, I don't know what level of partner anymore because they've got like their first partners and that kind of stuff, but I get to give away a roll of filament every stream. And I get supplied with filament when I need it. Doesn't mean I have to use it all the time. And that's one of the things I like about Polymaker. They don't require, they don't have there's zero language in anything that I've talked to them about that you need to use this. It's here you go. If you can use it, use it. So, hey, Rebecca. Hey, Greg. Hey, Med Loger from Germany. Welcome. And Bearded Bucket. Okay, what do we want to do? Let's talk about the things that I had to do in between streams. So just a very basic umbilical mount. I modeled this, which is a little, basically a skirt insert, but for the keystone jack spot in the back of this printer. So this is based on, and I'll show you a link here in a second, so where I got it. But this goes, I needed to figure out how I was going to get the wiring from here to here. And there's no other openings in the back here. And this is a 250 build, so I don't have any full skirt pieces that I could use a regular skirt insert for. But I did notice I have the keystone jacks. So, hey, the GPs. What else do we have? Thank you for forcing me to download and buy parts to make the Frax Flex arm. It's so cool. Nice. Not forcing you to use their filament is a low flex way that they trust you're gonna choose them. Well, for sure. But I don't. I use the color that I think is gonna work for the build that I'm working on. So I had to buy a lot of PLA for my torque product. So much ABS, ASA, hardly any PLA. Was fun made an ASA in their colors. It'd be 100% with them. It'd be nice if Polymaker shared the filament details. Their ABS is blended with something. Great idea. We share it on your printables. Yeah, I will share this. Anyway, this is just a 4-pin microfit. It inserts into the back, and then this is a cover that goes on here and both holds that microfit in place and sandwiches it in the skirt. So this is gonna go in one of these like that. And this is gonna give me somewhere to just plug in to the back of the printer so I don't have to run a continuous line or put an inline connector or something. It'll be nice and clean. So that's what we're gonna have to do, that wiring today. That's what that chain flex is for. But I'll show you more details on how this goes in. But before I do that, let me show you where I got this. So I've had these models in my, here we go. I have this. This is a tri-bent skirt. So this goes in here, right? And then this just kind of goes in from the back. A little button head holds it there, and now it's a nice fixed spot. Ages ago, and there's a lineage of remixes and ideas for this thing, but here in the Enraged Rabbit project, there is skirt microfit inserts. This is where I started my remixing of these parts. So let me paste this link. And some of you may recognize if I go in here and just go to one of the STLs, and let's just go to the 5-pin. Now there isn't a 4-pin here, but it's very easy to remix. So this is where that started. This is the file. I remixed it to 4-pin, and then I cut it up into the piece that you see there. Hey, buddy. What's up? You really want attention. So, anyway, this is the origins of the file that I did there, and the link there I pasted. So, Molex Microfit 3, Molex Microfit 3. Oh, you're nice and comfortable. I'll let you stay there for as long as we can. ATT. Microfit 3. Yep. So, just need 4 pins because I am doing canbus on this. And I think that is that is going to be the easiest wiring for one of these. The easiest wiring is going to be canbus. 4 wires here to there. I have a Leviathan controller in here. We'll have to reconfigure it to USB to CAN bridge. And go from there. How much power is going to need to go over that CAN bus connection? I couldn't quote you a number, but I know that a 20 gauge power wires and the Microfit connections are going to be fine. Isn't that what E3D uses for their Revo heater core? I think I actually have those. Microfits are used all over the place. Microfit 3s are used all over the place. So, hey Jed. The GPs I do have. If you go out to my GitHub, and the link's in the description, if you go out to my GitHub and go to go to printer stuff, and go to Trident and V2, it's in here. So we're talking about the angled inlet here. That's the link to that. We won't be using part of this, so. Did you have to print a new rear skirt? I did not. I am using the existing Keystone jack holes. Use them for all USB-C PD project recently. Pretty common here, Molex 3.0. Is it? Okay. Molex is the brand. Microfit is the series. And 3 is the pin spacing, 3mm pin spacing. So, my still straight version is starting to kink the PTFE tube. I'm pretty pleased with how this turned out. I've got this on all my Tridents and V2s now. It has worked really well, and it makes for not a perfect, but a much better PTFE path on a Trident. Still rubs a little bit, but not as bad as coming in straight. Hey BLD. I modded the inlet to also have the BTT CPAP filter inlet. Yeah, and I have a CPAP setup I'm supposed to put on a printer. I want to put on a printer, not supposed to. I just haven't gone through and modeled the parts that I need. I'm doing CAN, Dr. Info. Hey Debro. Where are you, Felix? I hear you. Oh, there you are. Okay. Skyrim. Go. There you go. Where are we at? You know, when the doctor gives you a CPAP, it's not for you to mount on your printer. Well, I had a CPAP for a while. I was able to stop using it when they removed my overly large tonsils. So I know I've experienced a CPAP. I fortunately no longer need one. Angled plate going to be stock for R2. We'll see. We'll see what ends up going. We shall see. Okay, where do we start? I think we can start. A lot of this depends on how long. So to start, I think the wire between. No, let's do the printer first. Let's finish off the printer. Let's do wiring. Let's do wiring inside. We also need to, since we changed out the extruder, we need to confirm our extrusion multiplier, our rotation distance for the extruder, and we need to change up some firmware stuff. This is basically done. We need to connect a wire in and run it out the back, but I think we can do all of that. The flow of tasks, I think, makes the most sense to finish off the printer here. Last time we were using the, I don't know what I was going to say. Hey, Andres. Hey, Joe. Would the PTFE back work with the box turtle to the... I don't know. So Mike, that's a great question. What is that filament path between box turtle and turtleneck and that? Because there's some significant bends that I envision us having to do, which I'm not a fan of. I'm not sure what the best answer is. So we're gonna kind of figure that out. I can't find the Microfit adapter. Which Microfit adapter? You're not talking about this, right? Because I haven't published this yet. Mine has a big bend. And we need to minimize our filament path because the filament length path is going to have a significant impact on print times. So. Okay. Without using too much button tube. That's what I'm afraid of. We're gonna end up having to. You mounting the box turtle to the Trident with the extrusion adapters, you leave the box turtle standalone. I'm gonna mount the box turtle to my V2, not my Trident. I'm gonna mount it on top with the hard mounts. So. Okay. Where do we start? Where do we start? We are going to probably need to get underneath. Let's go ahead and reflash the Leviathan to USB to CAN bridge mode and throw the wiring from the Leviathan to that skirt insert. And then we can turn this printer back on its feed and it can stay there. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's get, what do we have in there? Spool holder down in here. There we go. Spool holder. That won't be needed anymore. Double-edged swords minimize filament path, yet have large, low friction bends. Yes. Okay. Oh, I left that. Maybe I'll have a reason to go over to the other bench if I feel like I need other things. Hey, BLD Designs, thank you. Thanks for the gifted memberships. So we are giving away a box turtle kit today, as in every stream. The link's in the description. And we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament, because Polymaker lets me do that every stream. So thank you to both those companies, LDO and Polymaker. The links are in the description. If you don't see them, refresh your browser, because I just put them in right before I went live. The official Microfit 3 crimp tool is very expensive. Yes. Okay, so I'm taking this all the way off just so I can set it off to the side. Don't have to keep pushing it around here. And we can do wiring and then we'll power it up. So I'm gonna take a length of this. This is IGUS chain flex cable. It has, I think this has 4 20 gauge wires in it. And that's what I'm gonna use. Hey, Rudolph. So this is basically gonna go over to this keystone insert there. So now I just have to figure out how much wire I think we'll need. There is a CAN port here on the Leviathan. So we're gonna go basically from there. What's the box under the, oh shoot, I forgot to fix that. I forgot to fix that. I was gonna fix that. I don't have a good way to fix that. Darn it, I had an idea. I'll do it next time. This is a 48 volt power supply. This is a Meanwell 48 volt power supply. I was going to put a post-it note on there that said 48 volt power supply on it. I just forgot. Because Martin, you're going to ask that, but I'm going to get asked that about 4 more times before I turn the printer back over. Gearing like this and this. That's really all I'm gonna need. Just gonna nice flowy path over to there. Should be enough. Derek, thanks for gifted memberships. Do you feel there was any gain going 48 volts for A and B? I wanted to do 48 volts because this, the Leviathan supports it, and I was installing this. I am probably not taking advantage of it. So in this case, probably not. But who knows what I end up doing with this printer going forward. What screen are you using for Micron? I don't even remember. I think it's an HDMI 3.5 inch screen of some sort, but I don't remember. You don't count, Dr. Dave. That question doesn't count in the count. Dead Bob's trying to get a reaction. I'm not gonna bite. Okay. I'm not going to bite. I'm not going to squirrel that way. This is, I think this is that's a 100 watt power supply. Do you have the model number of that? It is HDR 100. HDR 100-48. Can you put a DIN mount 24 volt supply for the main supply? How much power is actually used for everything except the bed? Hey, Millennium Machine Works official. Welcome. Yeah, 100. This is fine for the 2-steppers. I don't have the total that the rest needs, but I don't know if they make one of these large enough to be able to do this. There are the IRM series that are much slimmer. Actually not trolling, but do tend to be the hard way kind of guy. Well, the PA09 is definitely the harder way than the iOS 2820. In my opinion, if you're going out to buy a new set of crimpers, what am I looking for? I was gonna try to do this another way. The cats have switched their spots. Oscar has decided that he's gonna sit over there where Felix usually does. I'm gonna try this. I have this old coax stripper. I'm gonna see how it works with this. I usually do it with an X-Acto knife, but let's see how this works. Let's see what which blade. Oh, that worked out pretty well because it gave me a score that I can now kind of gently go in and break. And it didn't score all the way through, so it didn't nick any wires. There we go. That worked really well. Hey, Pico. What did I do for colors on these? That's the problem. Sorry for making you repeat yourself. You're doing a cable for USB or CAN here. 4 wires. CAN. We're doing CAN. So these are all numbered. So this is number 3. 1, 2, and 3. So I'm going to use 1 and 2 for power, and 3 and green for can. Somebody new who just stumbled into Temple 3D printers. You're building some crazy custom Lamborghini, and I'm waiting on my Honda Civic to be delivered. What did you order? Any reason for CAN over USB? It's a more simple wiring. The box turtle is really intended to be CAN. That way you can more easily daisy chain them. And I don't have to worry about any kind of right angle USB port on the current version of the control board. Current version of the control board has the USB port pointing straight down from the box turtle. So I'll put a little heat shrink on there. Yeah, the official Molex tool there, Joey, yes, 100%. But it is many monies. AA plus 4, what's AA? Okay, what am I going? What am I doing? This, and where did my, oh, they're there. Crimpers. How's weather out there? We had 4 seasons in one day. Even if you use USB, you still need to run 24 volts. Yep. So this is pure wires. Okay. This out of the way. Genuine Molex tool is far too much cat treats lost. Yes. The cats have switched spots. That's usually Felix's spot. Oh well. The USB port is for setup only for running canbus, yes. And we put, one of the first streams, we put catapult on the controller. So I don't have to do it right. PC Van Vliet, check on one of the Voron Discord or something. I've got too many things I'm thinking about for this. I don't want to give you a half-thought advice on that when you're talking about power requirements for various components. Is there an adapter for Microfit? There are. Microfit makes a 2x2 connection, but I don't have many of them. I have plenty for what I need of the 1x4. Better interested in upgrading a brand new printer or buy other printer. For some reason, every time I'm thinking of upgrades, I think I can save for a new printer. You're making harnesses all day long, you get the pneumatic press. Yeah, this is true. What do you think is better, investing in upgrading a brand new printer or buy another printer? It's going to be depending on what, not enough information there. It's going to be your own personal preference. Okay, I'm going to go 1. I got to remember this. I'm going to go 1 for 24 volts, 2 for ground, and then I got to figure out which. Green is usually high or low, but I can probably look at some other thing I've done because I've kept track of that. Okay, let's go through here. Yellow high? Is that, let me, how can I check that? How can I check that? Done things over here. Number of printers one should own is always N+1. That's true. Hey, Sean. Hey, Laura. 2 printers are one printer is none. Okay. I think I'm going to go in order here as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll figure out what the pinout on this is. Yellow, hot like the sun, high. I'll go with it. Yellow, we'll do yellow for high. Which means green will be low. Was the IGUS cable included in the LDO kit? No, the box turtle kit is does not include the power wiring going to it because it's very dependent on what your ultimate setup is. Is there an electrical standard that the Voron machines are designed against for standardizing wire colors? Where besides the AC wiring, so there's a European standard and a US standard as far as coloring, and probably other standards. And then besides red for positive voltage and black for ground, where else might there be a standard? There really isn't. Okay. Let's see. So my Microfit pins, and we need, this is going to be actually the other side. I'm grabbing the wrong thing anyway, so I need to grab it out of here. I prefer the Euro standard. Yeah, and that there isn't anything that says that you have to use, I don't think so, black, white, and it's gonna hurt that. Something a little more broad to push against this to get this out. Ah, that is tight in there. There we go. Very tight. Sean, thanks for being a member for many months. Okay, I need pins here. Pins. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do something like this. Thomas, thanks for being a member for 33 months. Under the deck, I prefer using whatever color wire I have on hand and putting a label on it at the connector. I have not built a clicky-clack door there, Astro Lemonade. I have not. I'm not a big fan of the way the skirts have to go. I'm not 100% on board with what that ends up looking like. So, okay, 1. Well, you need someone that could design new skirts, but they're out there. I just don't like the the big chin look it gives things and the extra bulk everywhere. That's just me. That doesn't mean that it's not a good mod. What do you mean, can't you just attach the door? Do you have to do your skirts? I have mine stock. It just sits, it sits forward of the skirts, and if you have a display there, it can get in the way of the display. It's... Okay, so I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4 into this connector here. Tug. You can see how it looks on my Trident. One of these days I'll put it on. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is the order there as looking at the connector with the tab up. We'll put some heat shrink on here. That kind of nice and neat. Now, did the controller with this, did it come with a 4-pin Microfit? Bits and pieces here. Do we know, does anybody know? It says recess, I don't mind. I love the seal and the ease of taking it off. One of the older Voron V2s had a single door. Was there in the collection of parts this came with a, is it in here? This is the AFC kit. Oh, this is probably miscellaneous stuff. I can't be sure what came in what. We'll probably need that. This is probably spare. Yes, it's not in there. How much filament I need for this? LBT, oh, LDO box troll. 1.5 kilograms of primary and almost no secondary, like 1/3 of a kilogram of secondary. Need some of these. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff here. Okay, here we go. I'll just keep all these fasteners out because those are what we'll need for, oh, there it is. There we go, perfect. And I'll supply my own for the, oh, we're gonna use this guy to come out of the box turtle. So let's get all this out of the way. Couple of everything in this kit. Never had so much spares. There is a good amount of spares here. Just need a few extra heat set inserts. I think that's the main thing I would say. Hey, Scotty dog. How are we doing here? We have 400 people here, 132 likes. And where are we at? We got a few subscribers already today. That's good. Hey, Nogorat. Documentation. We need more documentation. So let's go here. Let's go to the, now I got to figure out where was the Leviathan documentation. I think it's here. Batch 2 has more heat sets. Nice. Want some different skirts from a box store? I'm tired of the honeycomb hex look. Hexagons are the bestagons. Come on. How can you get tired of that? Is it under guides? Products. Leviathan. Here we are. There's what we want. Like that hit button. Really, I think this is what, nope, this. Canbus, okay, it doesn't actually tell me the wires coming up for that picture. So, here we go. This is what we want. We want that guy right there. Front view of the board socket. Perfect. So if this plugs in, we can say, plug that into my screen right there, and that makes it easy. So let's go ahead and strip off a bit here. I had batch 1 had enough heat sets, not much to spare though, but enough. Did you have enough? Did you do the Filamatrix? Leviathan has native CAN bus support. Yes. Yes. Although right now the MCU is flashed for just USB, I need to go through the guide and reflash it to USB to CAN bridge. Since Leviathan is set up, if you are communicating between the Pi and Leviathan via UART, you can't use the CAN bridge. You have to be communicating via USB. I'm pretty sure, and we'll double check, that I am. If we're not, then we will be. So, okay, there is 2, 3, 2, and 1. So 1 we designated as power, so we are going to go here. And we'll have to swap those two as far as the orientation here goes. Okay, let's throw the heat shrink on here before I forget. What settings did you use when printing the trays? I keep getting curling using Polymaker ASA 50 to 60 chamber. All that should be good. It's a lot of it is bed prep there, Rick. I probably put down some nanopolymer, some Vision Miner nanopolymer. That stuff has been magic. I don't use a brim. Very, very, very rarely do I use a brim. Almost never. And I don't have any problems with even the edges, the very edges curling up on most parts. So that cable seems a bit short. It's only going to here. I got a handy dandy insert that is going to put a connector in the keystone jacks back here. So VMNP is amazing. Yes, it is. It is. It is a cheat code, really. Oh yeah, good call, Thunder Keys. Make sure that you're not doing any cooling for the first 3 or 4 layers on ABS. 0 cooling, and then you can ramp it up. I like to put a camera in my LDO Trident. Do you have any recommendations? Do you use cameras at all? I've used the little, the ones you can buy off Amazon, but I also use the 3DO camera, and it works well in my Trident. Hey, Takuya. Okay, let me get back to this. What do we have here? Yep, perfect. You guys are insisting on this being a 6 stream series, it sounds like. Can't do it. Daniel and I got to start our tic-tac builds. Okay, so this is 1. This is 2. So 1 we determined on this side. 1 is 24 volts. We got to keep track of that. If we don't keep track of that, we're in trouble. What is what tool? Are you behind? 24 volts is 1. What speed? Some have said to slow down. It varies. On my Trident over here, I have a pretty fast first layer speed, but I think usually it's around 35 or 40 millimeters per second is what I run for first layer. I want enough streams that all the regulars get a box turtle. That is a good point. If we did end up getting a repeat winner, we would probably not allow that to go through. Just putting that out there. I don't think it's very unlikely. We're probably gonna have around 600 entries if the previous streams are any indication. I've not started Tic Tac build. Daniel and I are doing a collab stream on that. I need to send him the last parts. He sent me all the stuff he has. We are up to 200 likes, so we're almost at a 50% like to attendee ratio, like to viewer ratio. Do Polar Ted Club members count as dual winners? No, not at all. Okay, so according to that guide, we've got to flip. We've got to flip the high and low for that. This goes here. So 1 is 24 volts, 2 is ground. It's our in the printer wiring. There we go. We're over a 50% ratio. Got a good influx of subscribers here lately, though. It's been nice. I went for a long time there where I was getting like less than 100 per month. And it's been like 250 in the last month. The big new builds bring people in, huh? Do you find you have to reapply the nanopolymer often? No, I refresh it with IPA in between prints. So you're right, it's the cats. Heat gun, this is just a DeWalt cordless one that I've been using lately. I got a 5 amp hour battery on there that's been lasting pretty good. Okay, now my hope is that this, yep, that'll go right through there. So let's go ahead and assemble this. So this is the little adapter that I made, and this is based, if you go back, this is based on another project that I remixed. IPA just seems to freshen it up and then evaporates away. I mean, I'm sure I'm removing a bunch of it every time I do that, but it doesn't seem to be a problem. So that squeezes in there. And then I've got, that gives me the plug on the outside. And then this has a little recess on the inside for this plug. And this comes around and that squeezes down there, and then a little button head screw holds that in place. So if we take this off, run this through here, a little more difficult with the connector on the end. There we go. Through here, over to the high fan. There we go. Oops. Can't do it that way. Gotta go through the back skirt first, then through here. There we go. There. This, however way that needs to go, it doesn't really matter. Goes in like that. And this goes on there. Just need a little button head screw to put in there. Hey, Kenneth. Your RJ45 hole got squished. Bartos, thanks for being a member for 26 months. The Chinese brother heat shrinks are flammable. What? The Chinese brother heat shrinks are flammable. Okay. What type of connector did you put on the skirt insert? A 1x4 Microfit 3. Need a... Go. That's there. First stall I've ever gotten since being on Starlink. Oh. There we go. So now we've got a plug on the back. Using one of the already there pass-through, that's a keystone jack hole, which I'd never put any of the keystone jacks in. The aftermarket heat shrink tubes for the, oh, okay. The aftermarket heat shrink tubes for the Brother printers are flammable. Okay. Interesting. Okay, now we need power. Let's power this thing up, and because I may need access to the boot and reset buttons on the Leviathan. Let's power it up. Little second spare tool head. I'm currently using the Revo Voron. What hot end do you recommend? Rapido, Dragon, anything that's has cheap nozzles, please. So if you can get a Dragon, I mean, you can get the Dragon, then you can get that melt zone adapter. It's supposed to increase the flow quite a bit. What steppers do you have as AB with the 48 volts? Don't know. I don't know what I have in here. I have approaching 30 printers right now. I don't have notes on all of them. I don't have notes on any of them. Is Nathan doing new streams, or are those the ones he did before? He had a hard time. I think expectations were different from realities. The Dragon UHF without the UHF adapter. It's called a Dragon UHF Mini. There are so many hot ends out there. I'm not familiar with all of them. Oh, he's streaming right now? He was streaming before doing Trident build, and he was having an interesting time of it. Okay, let me raise up here and let's go. Let's go to the, do I have it up? Nope, not there. There we go. Esoterical's Guide. Mainboard flashing and LDO Leviathan. The heat shrink label is the thing that causes your house to burn down. That's a secondary fault. Okay, the header is circled in purple. Do we have a jumper there? We do not. We will need a jumper there. So we're gonna need the terminating resistor jumpered there. Grab a jumper. And put the Leviathan into DFU mode, hold the boot 0 button while still holding, press and release the reset button. Then count to 5 and release the boot button. So let's bring up a terminal. Okay. You get oozing in back corners. Are any settings to correct this? Oozing in back corners. I'd like to see it there, Jeff. LS USB. So this is this STM32F446 is our Leviathan. So now on a PA tower, oozing in the back corners. Well, PA is of course one aspect of a whole round of tuning. So I'd be questioning extrusion multiplier and cooling and all those. Back on Revo Born at the moment, it's rather nice, so I think I'll put a V6 compatible on a Trident eventually. I like the Revo ecosystem. It's definitely not the highest flowing at the moment, but it does work for me. And it's nice, and the ease of the not having to worry about hot tightening is the key reason I use it. Ask you on your brief opinion on the pin mod. I think it is questionable on whether they are actually helpful or not. You have more than enough width on a bearing to be supported by threads of a bolt. But it's not hurting either. Let's put it that way. What was I? You guys keep distracting me. It's looking for something non-metallic that I can poke the buttons with. Poke it with the back of this and the back of these. Okay. So what did it say? Hold down, boot, and then hit reset. Count to 5. Oh, which one is boot? There's reset. That one must be boot. Is it? Switch 1 and switch 2. Not very helpful, people. Boot. Okay, there's a picture. That is helpful. The board labeling is not helpful. The board labeling is switch 1 and switch 2. Boot is this one. Grab that. Hit that. Wait a few seconds and release. And then we can do LS USB, and we've got no change. Okay. Maybe I did it wrong. Hold down that, hit reset. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release. There we go. Now we've got a device in DFU mode. And that's what we were looking for. So we see the change there. I'll check those out later, Jeff. Let's see how this is done. Okay, good. You counted too fast the first time. I think I probably did. Did Jason win in his own draw a few years back? I think he did. I remember that. Okay. Catapult. We're going to reflash catapult because we need this to be, I think. Well, we're going to, it doesn't have catapult on it. How can we tell? I think do I have catapult on here at all? I do. So let's go. That's in DFU mode. Let me reset this. I want to see if I can put the, let me just reset it. This should go back and then that is, oh, it is in catapult mode right now. So I don't have to reflash that. I should just have to reflash Clipper in USB to CAN mode. Because the connection is still the same. So we are in catapult. It is ready to be flashed right now. So I don't actually have to do the re-put catapult on it. Because I put catapult on this when we were flashing the Nighthawk toolboard. So let's skip to the Clipper part. And we're gonna go to the mainboard flashing. So catapult is already there. It's in catapult right now, as evidenced by the port showing up as catapult. If it wasn't in, then this would say Clipper right here. So there is nothing different, and I think I know what I'm talking about here, but let me know if I'm missing something. This is talking about communicating on USB. All this stuff should be the same. There's no difference here. What changes is when we do the USB to CAN bridge configuration. So the catapult config doesn't change from where it is right now. So we should, and let's just do it. We can always go back and fix it. But now we're gonna go down and catapult is now installed. And this is what we're looking for. So if we do this ls dev serial by ID, we do get a catapult name. So we're good. If you don't, you need to stop. So now we're gonna do here. So we're gonna go into oops. And we want that, and STM, and the 446. Should be configured to talk CAN in future. No. The catapult part is the main connection to the Pi is via USB. Now we're telling the Clipper config to pass on the let's go here. Hey, out of Adam, thanks for being a member for 16 months on this account. You have 2 accounts, I know that. And here we go. This is the stuff we're gonna do. So 446, 32K, 12 megahertz crystal. And we are doing USB to CAN bridge is the difference here. And on PB5, PB6, 1 million can, and no GPIO pins. So we're done there. We're gonna confirm that the main, let's go back to the getting started guide. We are going to check to see if, here, confirm it's applied. We want to do like here. Let's see what this says. So, yep, we are transmission length 128. That is correct. And let's see if the network is set up. Yep. So our network is set up. The things were done before. I'm checking to make sure I'd gone through this process before using the getting started part of the guide. And it looks like I've already done all this. So we're good to go to the next step. Laura, thanks for being a member for a year. This is so useful. Esoterical. I mean, I can't say enough how handy this guide has been. This is the can guidebook of choice since I discovered it. And I discovered it late. Let's buy the box source of renovating my new apartment. Ooh, fun. Nice hack is to copy the .config file to a speaking name. Yep, you can do all kinds of stuff to help automate the menu config process. Let's clean out anything I might have done before and go back to the, okay, back to the guide. So installing CD Clipper, make menu config, and make -J4, use all the cores. On canbus stuff. Flash mine today following this guide. Oh, so there is, as we were talking about, this, you can't see it. There's canbus.esoterical.com. There is also USB.online, and USB.esoterical.online. So -J4 tells it to use all the cores in that process. It just makes it go quicker. That's all. It just makes it run quicker. I don't know by how much. Hey, Bojan. Take jumper off Leviathan. You need one on the Nighthawk and one on the AFC light. I'm not running the Nighthawk is USB powered. So this is the ends of the CAN chain. So I'm running a USB toolhead board on this printer, but we're gonna run CAN to the AFC. So definitely deserves a Ko-Fi. Did you have problems printing the guide layers with built-in support failing? The guide layers with the, no, I didn't have any problems with built-in supports failing. If you're talking about any of the parts with the for the box turtle. Let's switch to Nighthawk, preparing everything now. Okay, back to here, and let's go ahead and stop the Clipper service. Do need to do this again, so let's copy that. And we have Catapult F446, making sure we got the right one. So compute parts run faster. IO is still the pig dog. I don't think I've ever heard that term. Did I say anything different than what you guys are repeating? It makes it go faster. It could, by some unknown amount. Run this command to install. So here's the problem with one of the problems with this site is hitting the copy button insert to carriage return all of these. I don't want to carriage return, so that's why I'm going to just copy this. Okay, so that's why I'm not. So let's do that, and then grab the port. And we probably need to do, let's copy that. We're going to need to go /dev/serial/by-id/ and then paste that. Enter. Flash error. Traceback file. Why? Physical Python package was not found. Okay. I must have. Why did that not work? Let's go all the way back here. Isn't there a prerequisites page? I thought there was a prerequisites, installing prerequisites. Just make sure we get them all. Okay, we'll just follow what this says, and then we'll try again. I don't know why that wasn't done, but let's find out if that's what fixes it. I was looking to see if we could go back to the guide and just kind of follow any prerequisite installs, and it's probably out there, I just didn't hit it. So that is done, so let's try running this again. Yep, I just didn't have that installed. There we go. Now, we did that, Clipper is now installed, and we can see what port it is using. Oh no, what is that doing? Check that the CAN interface is up and running. Okay, yeah. What is the, here we go. This is the one we need. There we go. So we need this UUID in our config now. Copy. It is in the guide. I just didn't find it in my quick little run through. Okay, so we're going to copy that. Now we can go, just reuse this page. V2 green. This is going to not work until we go into printer config and I'm going to just comment this out. I guess we'll comment both of those out. And what was this? Is it CAN UUID or is it? I think that's in the guide too. Next step, no. Where is the final steps? Update config. There was canbus UUID. That's what I want. Canbus UUID. Canbus _ UUID. That. Save, start. Hey, BBs. We'll probably also start the Clipper service again. Cannot update instance. Let's do a full. Well, let's try this first again. There we go. We are happy again. So now we have changed the Leviathan from just communicating via, well, it's communicating via USB, but now it's configured to pass through the USB to CAN bridge. So we'll be able to configure our box turtle to communicate on the CAN port that's built into the Leviathan. Okay, cool. That is happy. Fan is not so happy. Noisy fan. Can it be done USB only? The box turtle can communicate. It can communicate via USB, but you have to run 6 wires minimum, and you have to use a right angle adapter on the batch 1 kits. Later batch kits have a new board that has a different USB plug on it that's a little easier. You'll need to provide the 24 volts if you're using USB. I'm providing 24 volts via the CAN cable. Okay, let me shut this down and button her up. I want to, yeah, okay. Shut her down and button her up. So simply 6 wires sounds preferable to go USB. Maybe for some, I'm preferring CAN. CAN bus is error prone. Well, I think CAN gets a bad rap for being a little more difficult to get configured properly, but I don't think it's necessarily error prone. CAN bus itself is not error prone. The particular implementations by the particular devices can be interesting to deal with, but I think folks mostly parrot CAN having problems. There are frustrations involved with CAN, don't get me wrong. But I think most of the stuff you get out there is people hearing that it's a pain and repeating that it's a pain. I mean, it's not like Big Can is paying me to say anything. So. Video editing quick disconnects for the CAN cable. Not sure what kind I should get. I did a Microfit 3 connection. You need a can-do attitude, exactly. I mean, if Big Can wants to pay me, I'll take Big Can money. If the box turtle is connected via USB, can it be moved from one clipper machine to another without error? Or can I unhook it and not get errors? Well, any MCU connected, if it's not connected, on regular clipper, you will get an error moving it. I think Calico has a non-essential MCU capability where it won't error out if you specify an MCU as not really being needed. So it's not really a real-time OS, certainly not in the way most people have it configured. I have to get some Microfit soon. Yeah, so now I've got a plug here and this is all set up. So this is a 4-pin Microfit that I'll be able to plug my box turtle in. So with that configured, we're going to unplug this and hopefully just set it out of the way over here. Now we're going to work on the box turtle. So box turtle is going to set up here. Okay. And so we are going to, nice, thanks for gifted memberships. We're going to grab a couple of boxes for the box. Boxes for the box. These are going to be a little more stable. Or maybe I can just pull these out in one box instead of having a whole table full of boxes. This here and this like that. There we go. I didn't want to set it down on all of that. So we have a can connection here. Here's this can going to the back. So do something. Where'd my, there it is. You make available that skirt, Molex? Yes, I'll make it available. So this is gonna go through here and then just probably come around like this, just so it doesn't get in the way of being able to adjust this. I'll probably do something like that. Go straight into there, keep it out of the way of being able to adjust this. I could bend the end of it, do enough to where I can just bend the end of it and do that. That might work too. That's probably fine. I'll just strip enough of this to where this just bends right angle into the thing. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Is that button tube guide on the back of the printer available somewhere? This, yes. So go in link, every one of my more recent videos has a link to my GitHub. On my GitHub is the, hey buddy, is those files. Hey Edward. What cable is that? This is IGUS chain flex. Oops. IGUS chain flex. Chain flex cable works. It just works. Do I have a model number along here somewhere? There we go. What do we got here? IGUS, oh, CF77. Where are we at? Nope. There we go. CF77 is the series. UL0504. Okay. So I'm going to use this cable gland thingy. I don't generally like using these. Just because once you put it through and put a connector on the end, you can't pull it back out, but this will be fine for this. Did I say chain flex? Cable flex. Whatever. Oh, it does say chain flex there. That's why I was reading. It says chain flex cable works. I ordered a ton of IGUS cable 3 years and still haven't run out. If we grab the connector, we need another connector. I think I have one in here. Yep. This will at least, I think, pass through. Oh, it won't. Okay, so I got to remember. I was hoping it would pass. Oh, it does. It does pass through the nut. It passes through the nut, so we're good. No green CAN cable. Well, I have a bright green CAN cable. Doesn't quite match. Doesn't quite match. So I figure I have silver. This is much closer than the green. What's up, dude? So if this goes through here, that plugs in right there. This is gonna go and do a little right angle thing, and then we can adjust that length. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna strip off a little extra. He's just lounging. He's just lounging. This is just a coax stripper. I probably bought this at my local home store. It's just for coax and cat cables and stuff. Go. Why don't you make another plug like you did on the Voron? because I don't really need to. I don't want to overload the connections. I don't want to put more connections in this than necessary. This is a contained box that is going to have a cable coming out of it and then plug into the printer. I don't really need to be able to unplug from both ends. I just need to be able to unplug from the printer. This is Oscar, yep. You don't need this. There's other ways of stripping this. If you're stripping thick insulated cable bundles like this, it turns out it's pretty handy. But you can do this with a razor blade too. More point of failure risk. Yep. That's what I was trying to articulate. Straighten these out. This cable is twisted through the whole thing, so it is a twisted, should be good for CAN. We've also got the connections from the turtleneck. That one I'm not sure what I'm doing with. We're gonna figure that out, and it may be kind of haywired. It may end up being something I punch through one of these skirts. I'm not sure. Let's get some. Oh, big yawn. That's a requirement. You got big yawn and stretch. Every time a cat does it, you have to say it out loud. I showed my missus some of your live the other day where Felix was in the printer and Oscar was chilling on top. Found a bracket. I have that bracket. There's a bracket I have. The wiring is going to be, might just be ran along the edge into the thing for today. We'll see. Okay, where are we? We need to go to here. Let's go back to the documentation. Is there anything here about the box turtle? General assembly final. Is there anything here? I'm finished. You cannot just remove the cat cam from us like that. There's still a cat cam. There's Felix. Is that chain foot? It's just twisted. It's not twisted pairs. Where is the, maybe I need to go back to the, let's go to the main, oh, AFC. Nope, that's the clipper add-on. Here. Your skirts are so well ventilated, you could probably remove the noisy fan and use that hole rather than punching a hole. Possibly. Dual cat cam, I know. Hey, 3D Wolf Engineering, welcome. Now you got dual cat cam. You don't need to see me. Oscar's more important. Oscar's definitely cuter. Where was I? Let's go to box turtle, I guess. Looking for information on this controller. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Oscar's beard is too short. Oscar builds. All your streams are blocked. Okay, can high, can low. Oh, there, we could have looked at this for our coloring. And then 24 volts and ground. Is that the same? Yeah, that looks like the same setup as, what is this? That is Nighthawk. I don't need that. Here. 24 volts. High is directly above 24 volts. High, yep, okay. So it's the same on the Nighthawk as this. That's good. So I tend to pair black, white, and yellow and green. He does. Would, I guess, 20 gauge chain flex be massive overkill? That's what I'm using. This is 20 gauge chain flex. I think so. It's 20 gauge. Okay. Need pins. So let's go 2 pins here. And strip. This. There we go. I think you can, yep, we still got a view. So 3, 4, 1 and 2. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. In our lengths, twisted pair is not really needed. And before I forget, let me grab a piece of heat shrink. Is this the one that we were using? Yeah, just cut this in half. .20 gauge is fine. The BT doesn't need anywhere near the power of a tool head. Yeah, there's no heater on here. It's all steppers. I mean, there's 4 steppers, but they're low. I mean, they're little round extruder steppers. And then some neopixels. You are purring loud. See you, Patrick. What do we got? We got an hour and 20 minutes until we give away a box turtle and a roll of filament. Okay, this way. So now one is, where'd that connector go? So it's the same as the other. So yep, one is the bottom that way. Just double, triple checking that I got the wire sequence correct. So one, you know what? Oh shoot, it went all the way down, right? Did we go? Yep. All right. I want a little longer piece of heat shrink for this. This will be fine for the other side. I'm gonna just use a full piece of this for this side because I have extra length here that I'm gonna bend over, so. Let's use a longer piece of heat shrink here. That way I can push that all the way there. Oscar he's learning. He's inspecting. Bluetooth into Clipper. Let's do wireless power and Bluetooth. That would be awesome. So that's 24 volts. That is ground. Stretch and yawn. Stretch into a yawn. Then same thing, we'll end up having to flip these over. That's okay. Is Oscar an inspector or foreman supervisor? Well, I mean, we started, Felix was really gunning for the chief inspector position. And Oscar was deputy, but Oscar is making his push. Would that PTFE pass-through work on a Mercury 1? Maybe? I'm not familiar with the Mercury 1 enclosure setup, so. Okay, so now this is the same. Can low, yep. So this goes here. 1, 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Those go right there. So all the way in. This is going to bend over like so. Yep, that looks fun, doesn't it? Why don't you go down there and have a little nap down there. Or not. Hey, 3DHP. Hey, Vaughn Widow. Solve the problem. Awesome. Hey, Eddie. Hey, Ak. Which printer is that? This is a V2. Okay, so that does that. This goes through here, and this is going to plug in here. That's going to plug in there. Okay, then I have somewhere over in this box the little piece that Daniel thought what, oh no, zip tie is going everywhere. As long as Oscar doesn't see, we're fine. We found out yesterday that Oscar goes crazy for zip ties. Gotta find the little piece. Where did that go? There it is. Little piece that's not a support. Oop. You heard me say zip ties. Okay, so this. Yes. Goes up into the, stay there? Yeah. This is gonna have to come unplugged again. That'll go in there. Nut goes over the end. Hopefully, we'll thread on. There we go. Why aren't the motors straight? The little, they're all angled in for a little nicer path, slightly less bend. The fewer bends you can have in your filament path on this, the better. Okay, so now this is going to twist out. This can plug in. This Push this down just a little bit for some, this tightens up. So that tightens up. Push this out of the way for now. Now that's fixed. And then we can set this thing on the printer and figure out how long that needs to be. Hey, R3D Remy. Just got thermal results. So happy. Awesome. That's good to hear. That is very good to hear. Nope, nope, nope. You don't get... Oh, I was just going to put this right there. I need that spot. I need that spot. I know how to get that spot. I know how to get that spot. Let's see here. Let's go here. I know how to get that spot. You ready? Coming down? Oh, oh! Okay, you guys want treats? Oh, geez. I love it. He really likes the treat. That was very cute. The grabbing my hand to get the treat. There you go. There you go. That is hilarious. He just started doing that. I can go back here. They're too low, I think, to be able to get. There we go. Okay, so this is gonna go up here somewhere. Right? It is. That means that this actually has to actually go all the way over. Maybe we'll come down here. Where you can place the turtle, you have to feed the cat. Yes. Yes. Deciding what... This doesn't really matter. I feel like coming straight down and over might be a little cleaner. So we can go right there. If we wanted to, yeah, if we tried to go over this way, we'd be short. So we can go down and over here. Maybe I can make some little clips to hold it along here. Don't really just want to go straight down and across. So I did print the hard mounts. Yep. We're going to have enough slack here to be able to move it around. I'm just looking for a fairly clean wire path. So I think straight down and over to here is going to be a good idea. So we'll just cut this about here. Hey, Andrew. Plan on cutting a purge hole in the enclosure. No. I am hoping I can get away with just doing purge towers. Pooping is fine. Everybody poops. There's a book. There's even a book on it. Everybody poops. But since this is a V2, I don't really have a good spot to do the deed. So I'm going to set this up with just a purge tower. Hey Zarp. Hey Linear Burn. What are you getting into? Did you find a zip tie? Funny. Okay, so same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a piece of heat shrink, which I've already got here. There are remnants of zip ties in there, and I think that's what he's after. Yeah. That is 2. That is 1. So 1, 2. Yeah, this plugs in. So 1, 2, 3, 4 in order here. Okay. Any treats in that bucket? No. Use flush to infill and flush to objects to help limit waste. Yeah, lots of little techniques. We'll be focusing on just big purge tower. That's not for you. No, it may look interesting and shiny, but that's not for you. There's my connector. Okay, so this was, when we were looking at it the other way, it was 1, 2, 3, 4. That means this is basically in this order right here. Now, before I go, I think I'm gonna flip the printer over for a sanity check. Sanity here. What's the odds those screws will be on the floor by the end of the stream? Which screws? You are here. Howdy, howdy. I do not want to feed an extra 24 volts into anything. So I think we're going to do a quick meter check. Before we finalize this. Oh, if I get it wrong, I get to delay the rest of the streams until I get a new controller board. So it should be, so I'm pretty sure this is this way. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, another giveaway. Yes, it would. I'm confident enough in my wiring to go ahead and seal this up. But what we're going to do here is we're going to get this back down here and plug this into the printer. We're going to unplug it right here. And now we're going to power on the printer. I'm going to check voltage across the pins that should be 24 volts and ground. So everything should be plugged in, and this should be a live connection. But we're going to check voltage. Found out that 12 volt fans don't like an extra 12 volts. They sometimes like it for an instant. They go really, really fast for an instant. I don't feel like my wiring is up to par in this. I think John did a far better job on his wiring, showing it in the in my Discord channel. I feel like I need to redo this. It's really good in all black. What filament did you use? This is Polymaker Galaxy Black, ASA and ABS, depending on the part, because I ran out of one or the other. I think I ran out of the ABS and I had ASA left. And then Galaxy Dark Gray, not so dark gray. Okay, so let's see. We should have, so this one should be 24 volts, and I've already got a problem. So let me fix that. I did not insert the plug all the way. So those two bottom connections are not clicked in. So let's push that in. I know it's live right now. I'm okay. I'm not at a point where I'm going to short anything out. There we go. That hopefully is good. Have the steppers and respoolers wiring going under the tubes to the hub. Okay, so this one should be 20 or 24 volts. This one should be ground. There we go. And it is a positive value, so it's not reversed. So now if we flip this, then we would get a negative 24 volts on the meter. See that? And I'm losing connection because these aren't actually clicking in. I got to work on that. But I do have the pin out correctly for 24 volts at least. 24 volts pin out is correct. Not going to short anything out. I didn't short anything out. So let's go back to the printer and shut it down now, because I am going to poke around in that connector a little more, because those two terminals are not clicking in well. So let me shut down and power this off so I don't have any chance of, we can actually just disconnect this probably. I didn't actually have to shut down, just disconnect that. That's okay. These little screwdrivers work pretty well. I just need to get it in there. It's part of probably bending this at a right angle. There we go. Just inspect it when I plug in to see if any of them are pushing out the back, and we should be okay. Nope, I think we're okay. So that's there. Oh, I didn't plug in that can jumper. Darn it. Okay, I had to turn this off anyway because I got to get back underneath it. So that can go there, and let's set this off to the side for a moment. Fine. Smart kid. What's B-roll? I have no idea what B-roll is. I'm just kidding, but I live stream. There's no B-roll. It's all A-roll. Or C-roll, depending on if you like me or not. Both cats are pretty tolerant of aggressive pets, which I like. Hey Brian, welcome. Okay, well, I need to move the printer over. Are you gonna let me do that? Thank you. I'm gonna crush you. What's up? Okay, where did that jumper go? I'll just grab a new one. So I just missed the little terminating resistor jumper there. That's it. Shammy, thanks for the gifted memberships. True Fabrico. I forgot to put a jumper in is all. Nothing happened. This is standard. This hinged bottom panel. See, if people installed the bottom panel, they would understand that it's meant to be hinged. Oh yeah, that's right. So I was gonna highlight this. So Thunder Keys is mentioning the first stream we did, the winner of the box turtle kit, the LDO box turtle kit, is not even in the US. Schlunky Kong won it. They've already built it, printed with it, received their serial number. Now, the reason I say not even in the US, because the first kits were actually shipped from Jason here in California. So it had to ship to Europe, and Schlunky got it built and a serial before I've even powered on mine. Yeah. Well, considering this is 4 streams in, so basically, what is that, 3 weeks in between? Yeah, exactly. Okay, can I have my printer back? Can I have my printer back? Here, you can go lick yourself down here. Okay, let's plug this in. Oh, we got to do the... Can't get my bottom panel to hinge correctly? Batch 2 kit was on the West 3D flown in pre-order, so it left China 12 days ago. Got to Portland, then did a grand tour of Europe and arrived yesterday. It got to Portland, then went back to Europe, and then got back. Wow. how do I want to do this? So I still need to do the turtleneck. Still need to figure out how that's going to plug in. And we need to figure out the PTFE path. What order do I want to do this? This is right. We have almost 600 people here. We have 53 minutes until giveaway time. We could use more likes. We need to put the turtleneck on here. So let's set this up here. I still have the hard mounts to do, but let's set this up here so we get a better idea of where things are gonna go. We don't need to plug this in right now. Let's grab the turtleneck. So we have turtleneck with wires still coming out. I've got a mount, but I've got a better printed mount. Where's the better printed one? It's in the right color. I printed one of these. Where did I put it? That might be the one I've reprinted. Might be in the other garage. Let me go grab it. Let me go grab it because that's. This turtle, there is a bottom panel. I don't think it's fully fleshed out. But I'm hoping to put one on before we finish the series. You're gonna de-rack the box turtle. Oh. Okay. Let's put Dancing Max in charge for a few minutes. And I'm gonna go grab the mount for the turtleneck. Hey, Maker Viking. Hey, Dan. Other things you want to grab? Oh, yeah, I want to grab something else. Yep. I'll be right back. Oh, well, okay. Here. Let's do. And I'll be right back. He didn't. He didn't last long, huh? Okay. Gonna need an enclosure sooner rather than later. Yeah. First few print may be reinforced with cat hair. Okay, so this is simply I printed it in the better color for this. This goes on there and then can be bolted back here. Now, the question is, what is a good filament path for this? Because we're basically gonna have to do some 180s. I don't think there's any way around it. We put this here. Hi. Are you having a good time up there? On the GD Q1 Pro. I double checked Oscar didn't leave any presents. Nah, he's a good guy. He doesn't leave presents. Can I turn it sideways? Can I turn this sideways? I mean, we could. but I don't think that helps us. I don't think that helps us, and it doesn't really help us. I don't think it helps us to actually mount it down here. It's found his spot. I sure hope he didn't. He's laying in it if he did. Put mine on far left. Better routing to the printer. Yeah, because we could do something like that. That's probably good idea. That goes there. We can come around and just kind of loop around this way. Kind of do a 3D curve back into here. And then this. Okay, bye. He did not leave any presents. Nope. Arrows go towards the tool head. Well, that's annoying. No, that's not for you to chew on. Those are not chew toys. Arrow goes, oh, okay. Well, okay, I guess, okay, it can go that way. That works. We can put it on this way. Yeah. We'll go like this. Dropped this. Why does that not? Oh, because that doesn't go that way. That's annoying. This this little mount only works in this direction, otherwise it interferes with the thing. We could do that and rely on that friction fit, or we can throw a piece of VHB in the bottom of this or something to hold that in. So we could mount it right there and then run these that way. Yeah, that's probably not too bad. And this, I think we would put some East Power Engineering, welcome. Reach. Now, here's a question. It's probably in the documentation. You hear the kitty cam, Chris? Welcome. There we go. Okay. We've got final. Let's go back here. Is there anything in here about, there was a document. Do you want the buffer in straight line with your PTFE tube? You want it as few curves as possible. Yes, but that's not practical. Yes, giveaways in 45 minutes. Hey, Big Jano, welcome. You want as few curves as possible. Zero curves, or there's a certain number of curves that you pretty much have to go with. But like Thunder Keys is saying, yes, we have filament assist extruders basically. Every one of those in there is pushing and pulling on it. So, where was the other? Is there anything, so Thunder Keys, is there a, where is the documentation on things? Oh, here we go. PTFE sizes and lengths. So we want to use extruder to hub. We want 2mm ID. So we're gonna be swapping out my PTFE here. Shockingly, where the curves are matter. Curves in the system will always be curves. We did +1. Okay, so let's redo this stuff. Oops, not that one. Extruder to hub is the box turtle extruder. Oh, where's this listed? Why doesn't it say feeders to hub then? Feeders to trigger, trigger to extruder, extruder to hub. Maybe we do hot end or something. That can be whatever. Okay, so we don't have to swap it all out, but I do need to pull this out. That can be whatever. That might be good to note. So I think we can, that's not too bad. We'll be able to do something like this. Now, hub, oops, yeah, hub to turtleneck. What should that be? Hub to turtleneck. That should be 2 millimeters in chamfered. Okay, because it does need to, yeah, it needs to not catch. It is very important to not catch. You're right, those are all internal lengths. If I had looked at it a little closer, you're right. I need to know size screw to use for that. Probably M3, probably an M3 by 8. Yeah, I think so. Yep, M3 by 8. Okay, so we are going to grab this and bend these wires out of the way. We're gonna twist them to a little curve and zip tie those. So let me grab the zip ties. Oscar sees zip ties. He's obsessed. Other than mounting the neck to, why not mount it to the printer? I would prefer for this setup for the box turtle to be kind of a self-contained thing. So I don't have to disconnect more than just the main harness and the PTFE tube. That's just my preference. I think that's what I'm going with right now. I reserve the right to change my mind later. Hey, Jeremy. There's not really a great wire path for one. There's not a great wire path to, so if I mounted this, say to the printer, however it ends up going, this could go straight into here. But then where do I take these? I mean, I could put another little skirt thing down here. Extend these wires. Probably splitter is a good idea. Splitter. Down the outside of the extrusion and into the skirt. I could move this over. That means running another one of these skirt pieces. I'd have to have two, I probably have two end stops on the, save it. Well, we're thinking any permanent things I do are gonna be, yeah, will definitely have to be saved for stream 5. I definitely have an advantage here in that my 45-degree inlet makes this not too bad. But no, I can't do that. If the arrows go towards, the arrow goes towards the tool head, right? Arrow goes towards the tool head. This will not allow that. I need some movement in this. So I couldn't put this right here because I can't push against here. Yeah, that's exactly what Troy is saying. So I'm gonna go with this for right now. Like I said, we can change it up later, but for right now, I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna grab this that came through. Hey, John. Turtleneck plugs into AFC. It doesn't have to. The turtleneck doesn't have to plug into the AFC. If your configuration makes more sense to plug it into your main board in the printer, then you can. What in the world? So this part, let me know if I'm missing something. This part is not compatible with this type of T-nut. That is not compatible with that type of T-nut. This is looking for some. You have to use a hammerhead nut. Did a hammerhead nut come in the kit? I can go looking, but if you know if a hammerhead nut came in the kit, I'll look for it. But so far all I've seen are ball spring roll-in nuts. Yes? What? Okay. First of all, I keep pushing this off, so we're going to put a little piece of VHB in here to keep that from happening. VHB not included in kit. Horizontal printed part mount was a very, very late add. Okay. It can. I'm pretty sure this can just dangle in the back. I don't like my turtleneck dangling, I don't think. So we're going to mount it. And that'll just kind of hold that right there. This has to go there. We can take this out since that wasn't useful. Go. I happen to have a hammerhead already out because the so I mean really the best choice is to either get rid of these tabs or make the space much wider, because there's no point in changing the bomb for one single lonely hammerhead nut when you can just change a printed part that has no impact on what we're doing here. I don't know where we're gonna put this yet, but somewhere around there. Hopefully these will actually reach the AFC, I think they might. I'm just going to sneak those underneath the extrusion for now. This would basically go right there. And now that can move. And that looks pretty reasonable. I'll probably get a fresh piece because it's a little kinked right there. But for this other piece, we need to find a good path. And I think it's basically going to be in here. And then, what was that? Did you guys hear that meow? That was a weird meow. This isn't bad. This really isn't bad. This is gonna basically loop around like that, loop through here. Not too bad. Somebody sounds like they're puking. Why? Did you eat too much little chicken treats? Don't lick that up, Felix. Okay, give me a second. We got puking cat. Are you okay? You okay, buddy? Moment. Okay, all done. Okay, so we do just a bend like that. Let's go ahead and cut this. Yeah, the chicken treats might not agree with him. That was all chicken treat. Got a dog and you have an auto cat cleaner. Ew. Why do you need the loop? Because I need to go from here to there, and those are perpendicular to each other, right angles to each other. So this loop will give a relatively smooth filament path coming around to here. And really, this is not anywhere near as bad as I feared it would be. This is not anywhere near as bad. Stop chucking. Horrible. So we'll play around with the exact positioning here, but in the meantime, let me grab my little chamfering tool. See more sloops at Six Flags. I'm using this little jig I use for cutting is also nice for just kind of holding the PTFE tube while I put this chamfer in it. Nice aggressive chamfer in there. Make sure I don't have any little remnants of PTFE. Okay, so then this will go around and plug right into there. That is, I like it. I think that's a pretty reasonable filament path. Color yawn. More info on the jig, please. I've got a better one than that. I can't find it. I think I put it out there. Check my GitHub. I think it's out there. All it is a little printed part that I put a screw in there so I can clamp it on PTFE to trim. I can use an X-Acto knife across the end to make sure it's exactly square, that kind of stuff. This is 60-degree chamfer bit is what I use for these. And I just bought this off of Amazon. Good night, Kobe. Have a good one. This moves fine. This is good. I'm I am pleased. Careful it can't catch. That's a good point. That is a great point. It cannot. It cannot. It gets right to the edge and it's still on the round part here. We'll see what it does. We'll keep an eye on that. But I think we're okay. I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that. I like it. Yeah. It is. This is all the way in. I did that before. It's all the way in. Oh, shoot. Gotta push it in without pushing the other side. So that's a good point. Make sure this is all the way in. Hold it while you push this in, because that slides along. And if you can't see in there, you might be able to see in there now. That PTFE stays there. Will you tune today in print or on the next stream? I'm hoping to get to the point where we're starting to configure things this stream. We'll finish configuring things in print next stream. Are you routing the Nighthawk cable? It comes through next to the Nighthawk cable. I did a whole build series on this. So if you're interested and have the time, because my streams are long and I know that, I described it in detail, but it basically comes up over here next to this stepper. The LDO cable that comes with the LDO Nighthawk presses into this 2020 extrusion perfectly. So it goes on the inside, up next to the stepper mount, up through the top here, and then follows the PTFE to the tool head. Software config is not done. This turtleneck, what it does is there are 2 micro switches here. So what this allows you in the configuration, there's a whole setup where it will help keep in sync or not have to have the extruders per lane in the box turtle in sync with your extruder. So what happens is if the extruders on the box turtle are pushing faster than the extruder, then this will slowly expand. And once it triggers the next switch here, it triggers the firmware to change the rotation distance on the box turtle extruders to where it's less than the tool head. And this will slowly move back the other direction and it'll trigger that first micro switch, and it goes back and forth. But it ensures that at no point are you pulling too hard on the extruder. You're not putting any impact on the tool head extruder. Yeah. Okay. We are going to disconnect that, which is nice and easy. Disconnect that, disconnect the cable, and then go over here. Let me put this out of the way. We'll talk about that at the end of the stream. We'll talk about that at the stream. Little Core 1 updates. Okay, this can flip over. Where's my box? Yep, that'll reach. That'll be good. That'll be just fine. So what I'm going to do here, is this going to be a better view? Yeah. I am going to take some of my OpenBuilds. Have anything that's been used for a shorter length. Put any of that anywhere. Are you guys done? Are you guys ready for the other room? Oscar probably has an empty stomach. He's probably hungry. Poor guy. I'm gonna open the door here so they can have their free reign coming and going now. There you go. You can go use the litter box. They should be back. They've been coming back and forth. Planning to do a part 6 or whatever when the enclosure comes out. Potentially. Potentially. Here. While I'm here, let's get rid of all these. These are all good enough for right now. And if I have to redo things, then I'm going to have to redo those zip ties anyway. It's all out of the way. There we go. And clean it up a little bit. Springs? Oh, springs are patent encumbered? That's annoying. Okay, so OpenBuilds 2020 slot covers are wonderful. These are available, and I do have an affiliate link for OpenBuilds. I think it's in the description, but these are relatively inexpensive. You probably want to combine it with other orders or just order a supply of it, because shipping probably makes it a little less so. But this is a great option for managing few wires like this. So what I'm basically going to do is just run a bit of this, about this much here, and then run these over to the controller, and I'm done. That'll clean this up. So, and this stuff cuts really easily with just these PTFE cutters. And that's it. So, these are extremely handy. If you notice in the bottom of this printer, and I'll highlight it when I get this turned back around, but you cover all the upward facing slots in the bottom of your printer and you don't have to clean filament out of them. They do not come in a 15 flavor. This is all 2020. OpenBuilds is all 2020 V-slot based. These work well still in the LDO style or Misumi style extrusions. Misumi does sell 3030 versions, but it is really handy. There are generic versions of this. This is a harder plastic. There is a silicone version of these that like CR10s and stuff used to come with. That stuff's kind of garbage. It's really hard to work with. It bulges out a lot more. This is pretty flush when you put it in. So I've been purchasing and recommending these for years, and then I decided to enter their affiliate program just for how much I recommend it based on having already used it. Let's see, that goes in there. And if you don't capture, and I did, if you don't catch the, I'm gonna pull this back out and redo it. Caught the wire at some point, so it didn't go in as smooth as it could have. But if you keep tension on this wire. Hey Gareth, what company are they from to bookmark it? OpenBuilds.com. OpenBuilds.com. So there. Just kind of push this through as we put it in. There we go. Now it should be able to be slid around, but it is kind of tight in there. But it is nice and smooth now. Bed supports from 2.4, which clip into 2020 and have a groove for a zip tie. Hey, Alexander. The affiliate link should be in the description of the video. Armor 3D. I don't know what they're made from. I don't know what the actual material is. They're not ABS. They're probably a nylon or something. I did try the canbus CPU affinity on my Legacy I was having trouble with, and that one got caught. It did not resolve the problem. stapled. This is caught. I'm trying to make it to where those slide in within that this stuff. It's not super important, but it will easier to move it around at least. It should go in like that. There we go. See, that's now it's not caught and the wires come through, but this will hold it there right like that. Anyone going to Printed Amsterdam? What is Printed Amsterdam? Oh, that. No, I'm not. I heard about that. There's just too many things. Made from hard plastic. Yeah. Is it only finished when it gets a bottom cover? I'd like to put a bottom cover on it. I don't have it ready yet. I just haven't gotten to that. We did mark these for which switch they are. Let's find out. Here we go. So, trailing in advance. This is our turtleneck wiring. Trailing in advance is right here. That's at the bottom over here, which is kind of a pain to get to, but we will. Link in stream chat, but it's in the description. Everybody can see it. Let me make sure it's there. Yeah, OpenBuilds. Here, direct link for the slot cover, because it can be kind of hard to find. It can be kind of hard to find if you don't search for the right thing. That is an affiliate link. Let me make that clear. That is an affiliate link. If you don't want to use an affiliate link, then search for slot cover panel holder. Oh, Printed Amsterdam. Oh, in stream chat. I see. Sorry about that. Hey, Jordan. Welcome. I hope your back feels better soon. Okay, so we need to put, so the top one is advanced, and that's the A, and T is trailing. So that's the bottom one. So let's plug in the bottom one first, if I can get in here amongst all the other plugs. I think that's where it is. Yeah. There we go. This will come down here. Go. And then one right above is right there. There we go. I'm gonna order some of these slot covers. They're a lot less than I thought they'd be. Yeah, and if you're doing builds there, Armor 3D, you're gonna want to just have some on hand. I have a bunch of them. I've mostly bought the gray and black, but I've got meters of it. Do I have the? Wait, let's go there. Sort of 4x150 or 1.5 meter. Nice. Basically, functionally, the exact same thing is available for 3030. But this is from Misumi. You can't get this from OpenBuilds. This is Misumi. So, I have a bunch of that too. Yeah. You plan on Voron Legacy build in the future? I have Voron Legacy serial number 1. So any builds that happen in a Legacy arena will be rebuilds of that one or updates of that one. It has been covered on the channel. So if you look back at previous videos and you want some Legacy content, there is things that I've done with it. So next, try printing the guide layers support on the first one. Printed so nice it was completely free from the part. Back was doing IT support for my wife. She may be on Keela's Twitch stream tonight. Nice. Okay, that means this is basically done. We need to put a bottom cover on it, but that is, I'm relatively pleased, surprisingly pleased with how the filament path is. Working here as I listen to your stream, upgrading clipper on tool head boards. Got a Nighthawk USB, Pro can, easiest upgrade of them all. Nice. Someone had mentioned the can Eddy. Are you waiting for one to be released, or are you waiting for one you ordered? Because the Duo version is can capable. Can or USB. Maybe Big Can got something right. Oh, cat cam. Thank you. Cats are not there. Hey, Science Sniper. Welcome. Put this over here. We're gonna hard mount this thing. Let's go ahead and get this hard mounted, I think. I'm going to use Eddy, Beacon, or Cardo. I am planning on setting up the Eddy Duo in can configuration mode to give it a try. One right. Oops. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it goes off. Fucking Lacey, I love my Voron Legacy. I do too. I just wish mine wouldn't time out. I just wish mine wouldn't time out. There is no can Eddy coming, only the Duo, which has both USB. Right. The Duo has USB and can. Yep. Pieces for this, then we need some more stainless and 3x8. Called Cartographer 3D on my Micron. Let's go Beacon. Okay, so that has no support on the, you can't over tighten the printer side of these. I'm gonna leave that loose. We'll tighten it once we put the box turtle on top, because there's no support for the other side of the slot. So it just wants to bend backwards. The 251s are a bit challenging. Well, probably would, yeah, I don't know what I would do. I don't have a solid idea of what I would do, so I won't say anything. Will box turtle work well with can if you're also using can for the tool head? Sure. That would be fine. There's nothing wrong with that. No, it's not a, there's lots of considerations for these mounts. I don't know, like I told you before, I had an initial impression of what I thought should be done. I don't have a solid idea. So I don't want to state an opinion. Come on. Okay, you're not going to go in there then. You're going to be a pain. try a different one. Just got a stubborn extrusion here. Stubborn T-nuts. Let's try my supply of T-nuts. See if I have anything that fits in there better. When in doubt, zip ties and Velcro. Yeah, these are being annoying. They vary so much. Like, there we go. That one went in. I mean, it was still a little bit of effort, but it's a combination for sure of the T. Oh, and that one went in by finger force. Of course, it's an M5. It's in the wrong bin, so I can't use it. Refile that into another one. There we go. Those are fine. Did you make the Clockwork 2 Umbilical Nighthawk mount? I did. I can share it. The problem with it is it's not very, it's a minimal support for the umbilical. I don't know if you can see it in there. Boy, you see in here, it's just 2 zip ties on a piece here. That's what I did, is 2 zip ties on a piece. We plug that, you can see it a little, maybe a little better. See, that's all it is. Where does someone find a 250? So the LDO has never made a 250 2.4. This is a mostly self-source build here. I don't know what other kit manufacturers have done, but when you ask anybody out there what size printer they want, they're all wrong and say they want a 500. Most of them are wrong. Most of them are wrong. So that means that most of your kits and stuff are going to end up being for bigger build sizes. Okay, now this guy. See how these go in. Hey, Hard K, welcome. 180 is a great size. You are 100% correct. 180 is a great build size. I'm going to position these where they're near the ends on these. Quentin, welcome. The stuff I design won't fit on a 180. You're just not trying hard enough. Build size of the Magneto X. It's a good size. It's a big printer. It is a big printer. Where did I put, oh, I probably put it over here somewhere. Let's go with this. There we go. Know of anyone that recycled a Prusa Mini into a micron or solid fork? There's only so many pieces you can use. There's definitely, I think even Heart K here has used the Prusa Mini bed in a build. It is a great heated bed. Oops, that's not what I want. I think this, but I wanted to raise the view. But there aren't too many other pieces you can really use from it. So the question of converting or recycling from that printer, from a Mini into something is I don't know. Okay. I don't know if this is the greatest idea to just go ahead and mount this thing, but do. I'm gonna do something like that. Away here. These just in 3x8s. I want to make sure that this isn't tight. I think I need to be able to lift this to see the other T-nuts, so. Yep. Side. Why not put a box turtle on a Trident? Trident's probably the better choice, the shorter filament path. I do not have a Trident that I can use for this build right now. So this is a printer that I could dedicate to the build. So that is why we are using V2. Hey, Filippo. Hey, it's 1 o'clock. It's Box Turtle and Polymaker giveaway time. Is everybody entered? Do I need to, can I just skip the countdown today? Who am I kidding? I'm not going to skip the countdown. Let me get this thing mounted. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, you are that way. Yep, there we go. Don't worry, I'm not going to skip the countdown. I didn't say I didn't have tridents. I said I didn't have a trident I could use for this build. How do you enter and is available to UK viewers? Yes, both are available. Both links are in the description. If you don't see it because you've been here since before I put them there, then you may need to refresh your browser to see them. But the links to the giveaways are in the description. What special tridents am I hiding? Well, the gray trident is too different from a normal build. It's got the Zoll tool head, that kind of stuff. I didn't want to swap it over. It's got 9mm belts. It's got that kind of stuff on it. So I didn't want to use that one. My original purple trident has parts on it I can't show. And then that's it. I mean, I've got Tridex, and that screw is bad. I can't actually get a full grip. What's that? So I could do the Tridex, but that's not, yeah. I guess that's where it's going to stay. It doesn't want to move from the, it doesn't want to slide along there. So that's where it's going to stay. Is it straight? I think it's on there. So then this just goes around there. This, I'll have to, like I said, I'll anchor this along the side, maybe do some clips from there, but then it plugs in. Hey, check this out. Did you see this? Heart K. I made a 4-pin Microfit spot for the keystone jacks. This can go along there. So. Okay, giveaway time. Links are in the description. You've had tons of time to get there. Links are in the description. Let me bring up my views. Oh shoot, that's what I didn't do. We get Oscar and Felix again for the wheel. Can I show that keystone again? Right there. It's not an actual keystone jack. I'm just using the hole. So it goes in and there's a piece on the back that screws in to clamp it in place. I will be sharing the design, don't worry. It's working fine, so I'm gonna put it out there. But this was an easy way for me to pass the CAN cable into the electronics bay. So now I can just disconnect this, disconnect the top here, and now the whole box turtle will come off if I remove it from the mount. So it's a faux keystone jack. This, yeah, I'm good. I'm happy with that. Here we go. I did that. I designed that about 7 o'clock last night. I didn't have a 2x2. Otherwise, I might have done the same there, Ryan. And the reason it's turned sideways in here is because that's how it fits. There's only so much space in there. So, okay, let me bring up we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament first. I will be closing the entries when we haven't had a new one. Holy moly, we have 700 people here. 400 people have liked, actually 398. Maybe we could get 2 more before we actually spin. This is a record for this series, is 700. I think we hit like 670 last stream. So not a record for the channel. I've had more than 700 people view on the channel. I don't remember what stream it was, but We do have 700 people, and I wonder how many aren't subscribed. And I mentioned that a few times more recently than I have in the past, but it's interesting to see when I do mention it, how much impact it has. Box turtle is popular. Yep. Box turtle is popular. Okay. Oops. I need to be on the right page here so I can see it. Demlar, thanks for being a member for 33 months. Okay. When we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So 3, 2, and nice. Thanks for the gifted memberships. We got a couple. So 3, 2, hey buddy, 1. All my bets on black. Pushing plastic. Thanks for being a member for almost 3 years. Yep. There we go. We got one. 3, 2, 1. And 3, 2, 1. Done. Oh, someone got in there right at the end. It's a lot more difficult. It's extra clicks to restart it. We're good. YouTube, I have a sub mode on to chat. It avoids the bots. We don't get bots here. We haven't had bots in a long time. I think YouTube has done a good job of filtering them out. I haven't had to deal with a bot in, I don't even remember how long. Okay, Wrath, you got in there first for filament. You need more filament, I know that. Gotta scroll, it's a lot of names. And Brain Twist got in last. You were the last one. You were very last. Yeah, we used to get bots all the time. Yeah, Reth needs more 2.85 filament. If you're done, you don't have a printer that does 2.85 anymore, I'll give you his address. I forgot to go looking, Steven. I forgot to fix it. I can. I just need to remember to do it. Let's keep this easy. Let's go a number between 1 and 20. 1 and 20. I have here. Make sure I didn't miss any comments. Let's see. Ardon Baker said 2 several times. 1, 2, spin. Who do we got? Polymaker filament winner. Polymaker filament winner is Alberto Banana. Alberto Banana, are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Congratulations. You have won either a, I need to pull up the right thing here. I don't remember how they do it now, but it's either a coupon to the Polymaker store or you'll get a list that you can pick a roll of filament from. Alberto Banana. Are you here? You seen anyone? Alberto Banana. I was scrolled up, so I'm just making sure I didn't miss it. You really want up there, don't you? Need to steal a moment on your stream, but to anyone that was watching mine earlier, I got the probe working. Nice! Alberto Banana. Are you here? There you are. Congrats. Copy down your stuff. Copy. Congratulations. Go paste this here. Search for it. We that is the only Alberto banana in existence in the world. So let's get the email sent. There, and email. Congrats. And you have an email on the way. Awesome. Okay, that can go away. Let's close that. LDO box turtle kit. LDO box turtle kit. Hold on. Let's give a little extra entertainment here. There we go. LDO box turtle kit. I will be, let's see, where are we at? Oops, stop that. Closing the entries when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So 3. There we go. 2. 3. 2. How to enter. Link is in the description, Joseph. There is a link in the description. I think you asked earlier. Link is in the description. I'd hate to build this right after building my Trident 250, just saying. It would be terrible. Terrible to do. Giving them a couple extra seconds. We've gotten a new entry. It was too quick to have been that one. But I can only give so much time because we got to keep going. So 3, 2, 1. We're okay with the delays. I need one to put on the VZ bot. When is Polymaker making Felix and Oscar filament? A co-extruded black and orange? I wonder how that would turn out. Co-extruded black and orange silk. Oh, we got like 3. So I'm going to assume, Bearded Bucket, thanks for gifting memberships. I'm going to assume that person got in. We've given enough time. So now let's do a real 3-second countdown. 3, 2, 1. Felix is meowing. Oh, it should be filled. Do they make filled silk filament? Let's do a fiber filled silk filament, black and orange co-extruded. Are you gonna go see what's up? Wow. 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay. Creating. Reinforced with cat hair fibers. Well, I figure we're not going to get cat hair. We could simulate it with fiber. Okay, let's close this. Let's clear this out. It's still creating the sheet. Oh, I didn't actually hit create. Now it's created the sheet. Ella, you got in first. Reth, you got in 6th. You're right, glass fiber won't throw off the color. Let's keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Who got in last? And let's see, is there a piece? You did get in. Joseph got in. Joseph figured it out. Rod was last though. So this is for a LDO box turtle kit. LDO box turtle kit. We found Alberto Banana, yes. Paige is not responding. We will wait. Oh, that is my keyboard. Don't step on it. Okay, let's do a number between 1 and 16. Today's the 16th. 1 and 16. How did you miss, Dan? You have no excuse. I don't feel bad for you. I don't feel bad for you at all. How many people do we have here? 726. That's a lot. Hard K, you said 12. We're gonna do 12. 1, 2, 3. It's so long, it takes forever to cycle. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Spin. I was working on the cartographer probe on my Pandora's box. Seth Henderson, congratulations. You have won an LDO box turtle kit. Now I didn't mention, it does mention it in the forum, but LDO has had to restrict the region on this. So hopefully Seth is not in Russia or South America. Congrats, Seth, are you here? You will receive, assuming you are here, you will receive an email from Jason for contact information. Are they, someone said they're here. Where was, there you are. Good job. I see ya. Congrats. You're not in Russia or South America, right? Congratulations. Let me get this. Let's put into the form. So this is, you have won what we are building here today. And there's only one of you in the whole wide world that entered this form. Congrats. What are you guys getting? Oh, they're emptying my trash. Okay. Time for lunch. Oh, let me unpin the comment and delete the thing from the thing. We hit like 730 people and almost 500 likes. See ya, Andres. Yep, removing the links. Giveaway links going away. And save. Close that. Delete that. Hey Anton, been away for a bit. What happened to the Voron Phoenix? Not yet ready. It's getting close. It's getting close. Closer all the time. See ya, Derek. They are all over getting, oh yeah, it's zip tie remnants. See ya, Bruno. Is that a Keychron keyboard? What model? This is the K1 SE. Yep, it's a K1 SE. K1 SE H3. Watching the numbers plunge. Oh yeah, that's normal. That is normal, but still, to peak out at over 700 is pretty incredible. It's a testament to the popularity of the thing we're building here. Okay, that's on there. This is here. This can plug in here. And this can plug in here. All of this can go back in the trash, you little heathens. Yes, this is not. Can I get the filament in Brazil? The restriction is just LDO. Polymaker has not put any regional restrictions on the filament. So that is just an LDO restriction here. So if a restriction is not mentioned in the form, then assume it's worldwide. Okay. Oh, are you in Brazil, Alberto? Awesome. Okay, that is put together. It is plugged in and filament is pathed. Let's power it on. Oh yeah, we should get, yeah, we got lights on the controller on the box turtle. It's not about, it's about shipping. Nice. It's about shipping. It's not about the regional or the functional capabilities based on region. It's all about shipping. What orange and black filament needs to be infused with catnip and tuna? Oh, that, or and tuna oils. Catnip would be good. That's what it could be. It could be catnip filled, reinforced. This fan is a little loud. It's not terrible, but it is a little loud. Okay, let's go to, oops, there we go. Let's go here. We are going to finish the controller setup. Did you get your CF77 cable directly from iGus? Directly from iGus. Hugh the engineer, in my GitHub, which is linked in the description, is where you can find that filament inlet. I am going to need to do something different here because I don't want to look over the printer to chat. Let's go way over here. This here. Okay, I can see chat. Catnip. Could the box turtle's fan be tuned down? I'm not sure. We need to see if that's a controllable port. But oh. 13,000 printing hours on an Ender 3 V2. That's pretty incredible. Okay, we're gonna go to mainboard flashing, and down here, was it mainboard? Or is it considered a tool board? Tool head flashing. AFC light for box turtle, here we are. The fan port is only a power port, yeah. So, nope. If it gets really irritating, I'll just unplug it. I hear there is no issues. We're not pulling any real power from that. See ya, Robert Brown. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. Okay, so we put the terminating resistor on there, and we've already put it in DFU mode and configured catapult for it. So we're going to do the clipper config. So if we right click here and open this in a new tab, we're now going to do catapult is installed, and this is an STM chip in these. Yep. We get one of those little extenders that has a resistor in it, like computer fans have. Once done, I swap plates, end card, next file, and go. Mine is unplugged and the AFC board says about 50 degrees C when in use. That's not bad. What's your ambient is a question. Okay, let's go back here, reconnect, and we're gonna go into Clipper. This is probably where we're gonna be starting. Well, that's weird. There we go. Again, so I'm gonna have to reprint my tool head since I have a G2E, so I can use my box turtle. There is a cutter for G2E, Bearcool. There, I have chosen the Clockwork 2, even though I had a Galileo 2 on this printer prior to this. I chose the Clockwork 2 setup for the stream because that was the recommended, most supported, most documented setup. And that's what I wanted to go through, showing other people how to do this install. That's why I'm going with the Galileo 2, or the Clockwork 2. Galileo 2 does have a cutter supported. So, okay. So, to confirm it's in DFU mode, that's not what we want. We're going here. We're not installing Catapult. We're going down here. Catapult is now installed. So we want to put this into run the following command to see if the Toolboard is on the can network and waiting in Catapult mode. It shouldn't be, but it might be. So let's check. Let's run this. Quit. Oh, so it is. Okay. So that board is sitting there, ready, waiting. That ends in 59C. Let's just double check that that's not our, it shouldn't be because our controller is being used. So we shouldn't see the UUID, but I'm just being extra cautious here. Nope. 390C2. So 59C. There we go. Okay. So we have a controller in the box turtle that's in Catapult mode with this UUID. So we're good. Hey, Evo Steve. The 2 disco on a stick lights on my Trident. It's going to print really fast now. Of course. Nick Gover, thank you for the gifted memberships. Oh, yeah, I get it. Installing Clipper. Do that. Then use Catapult to flash Clipper. So let's go back here and make sure we have all of our Clipper config stuff correct. So now make menu config. We're an STM32, but this is a 723. And 128K bootloader. 25 megahertz. This is a more powerful MCU than the Leviathan on this little thing. See ya, Iconic Fab. And then we're doing canbus on PB8 and PB9. Okay, all of that is good. So quit, yes, make clean, and make -J for enter. Okay. That is good. Excuse me. Are the rubber wheels recommended? I didn't order them separately. TPU will work. These will probably work better. These have more, they're stickier, definitely far stickier than TPU. Okay, so let's stop the Clipper service. Months, been printing storage organizer Graffiti parts for weeks. Still have 200 to 300 hours of printing to go. Then run the following query command and take note of the Catapult device it shows. We did that, but we're going to run it again just to get it here and available. And then run the following command to install Clipper. Now, here, let me show you here. If we copy this and paste it, it has a carriage return in there. We can click up and delete that and grab our UUID. And now we can run it again. So earlier when I actually selected the command, that's why, is because when you use the copy on this page, it adds the carriage return in there. But the batch 3 kit's coming with the rubber wheels. I don't know. I don't know if someone, if Thunder Keys is still here, might know, or if anyone else might know. So this should be enter. That looks good. Flash success. Cool. Once flash completed, this time you should see the same UUID but with application clipper. Yep, as expected. If the batch 3 kits are coming with the rubber wheels or not, the rubber tires. Use various Shore foaming TPU and they are fantastic. I need to get some of that at some point and play around with it. These kits finally on the shelf are still back ordered. I don't know. Okay, so that is that. Now we can go to the configuration stuff. Oh, we got to restart Clipper. Restart Clipper. Now we can go over here, close that, and go to the dashboard. Things are happy. If we go to machine, we should see, oh no, we won't see it because we haven't configured it. Never mind. I'm not going to go through and update all this. It's relatively up to date. I should have updated it before I did the flashing, but it's okay. We did all these updates a week ago or whatever, 2 weeks ago. Okay, now we go on to the next part in the guide. Hey, looky there. My skirts are out there. Can be found here. Nice. So if anybody's looking for the skirts that I modeled for this, they are on the official Box Turtle site now. Is that in a mods or something? Okay. Is it preferable to start from a clean installation? I'm sort of am here, but not really because I backed up all my settings and restored them. So. Okay, let's see. Initial startup guide. Here we go. Does this get us into adding configuration? So we did this. So calibrate and tune. We need to do that. We didn't. So let's do that real quick. Let's get the tool head heated up. Before we go any further, I've got some ABS around here. Let's just go like 230. Be fine. Let's get it heated up and do a quick, make sure things are extruding right. Oh, that's not gonna work. Cool down. That's not gonna work. I had a Galileo 2 on here. We need to change that. We need to change the settings. So let's go down to the extruder settings. See, rotational distance of 46 is wrong. And gear ratio of 9:1 is wrong. I'm going to comment these out. No, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to redo it anyway later. This should be 50:10. And this will be somewhere around 22.6 something. I wonder, well, 22.6 something will get us in the ballpark. let me grab it. I use these IDGA gears on my Phoenix here. Let me see what I use for rotation distance, and it'll be interesting to see how consistent they are. I'm gonna grab the value from one of those. I just powered on the printer. I'm gonna grab the value from one of those and see how consistent they are. Let's see something here. Quicker to Google? Oh no, it's not quicker. I've already got it up. What I did want to do is make sure that I'm not showing anything extra over here. Let's go here. Printer config. Extruder 22. Hey, I was really close. 22.6. That's what I'm using there. Okay, so we're grabbing that and we're going to put it over in here. It's really close. And we'll see how this does. And save and restart. Rotation distance is the amount of movement for 360 degrees of rotation of the thing. So in the case of, in general, that's going to be the circumference of the extruder gear. Yes, effectively, that's what it is. Hey, see you Practical Printing. Take care. Hey Garrett, welcome. So on an extruder, it's not actually what is extruded in one rotation, because you have a gear ratio ahead of that. You have that 50-to-10 ratio ahead of that. On your steppers for your gantry, it's going to be basically that's why it's 40 for your AB steppers. The rotation distance is 40 because you have a 20-tooth pulley, 2-millimeter pitch. That means that it's moving 40 millimeters for one rotation. Now, the circumference is probably, it's either going to be along the teeth or it's along the center line of the filament. I'm not sure. Probably along the teeth, huh? Yeah. Anyway, let's go back here and heat this up again. Put this up. Do this. And I need to find some filament. Yeah, we'll just use this. We'll just use this ABS that I've been printing stuff with. At the filament contact area. Yeah, I agree. That makes sense. First of all, let's make sure that we even have the correct rotation direction. Yep, we do. The gears have no idea of the diameter of the filament being extruded. Yeah, it's where it's contacting them. That makes sense. I overthought it. ruler. And Sharpie. Let's measure 100 millimeters up. That is just a hair above the 100 millimeter tick. Now we're gonna go in here. We're gonna set this to 50 and only 2 millimeters per second so that it, any resistance extruding is gonna have a minimal effect. And extrude. So that should be. It's just hitting the end. Hey, Leo the human, welcome. Oh, my stomach's starting to growl. I'm hungry. Pueblo Red is my favorite. I'm almost out of a bottle. I do have the other, what is the one that's more of a condiment? I need to open that one up. I don't go through a lot of hot sauce, but I have, it's the big bottle of Pueblo Red I'm almost out of. And apparently, Pueblo Reserve, that's it. I get to open up that one next. Apparently someone in the house likes the bee, what's the bee one? The jalapeno and honey. Because that's almost out. I did get some of the apricot. It is a bit bee balm, that's it. I did get some of the apricot. It's a bit spicy for me. I found a good home for it. I have a friend who likes the Dana. I gave it to Dana. Dana did the V0 build with me here on stream a few months ago. So, yeah. What do you think? Don't put your paw on that fan. We got all the mild sauces I could find in stock. Steve Builds takes off 15%. Fiery Foods Festival. It's a bit spicy for me, but the taste is great. Yeah, it tastes good, but I wasn't going to end up going through it, so I gave it to Dana. So it went to a good home at least. Okay, let's see here. That is right there. That is right there. We're fine. Q. We are good. We just had to confirm that. Thanks, Desert Wolf. I try. Look at that tip. Not bad. Manual tip forming. It's not that bad for push and pull. Look at you. Okay. So that's cooling down. Put this back. Make sure that's going all the way. That went all the way in there. That closes down. Yep. We're good on filament path. Yep. Revo tip forming is hex. Well, Prusa's got it dialed for their, I guess that's not Revo, but they've got it dialed for their MMU. I haven't tried any tip forming anything with anything other than that, because tip forming is annoying. Where were we? Here we are. Startup and commissioning guide. There is a cutter in the tool head now. We added that last stream. Okay, calibrate and tune the existing print extruder. That's what we just did. If your extruder rotation distance is off by a large factor, this will cause issues with defining values such as tool, STN, and others later in the configuration. It's a lot easier to do some of the calibrations before installing the box turtle. Ensure minimum system requirements. So we're gonna skip all that. Flashed, we flashed it. Make note of any tool head sensor pins. If you're using Filamatrix and you're using tool head end stop sensors, make a note of what NTU pins. And we'll look that up. We know where we plugged it in. Install the AFC Clipper add-on. So here we are. Box Turtle works best with the AFC Clipper add-on. The rest of this guide will focus on configuring AFC for use with Box Turtle. Follow the instructions on that GitHub for latest details on installation and configuration. But at the time of this writing, this is the easy button. So let's go here, open a new tab, and look at this real quick. Cruciform tips feed better into MMU3 than anything I manually cut. Has anyone tried using Happy Hair? I think folks have. Oh, we do have a guy down there. There we are. Do have a cat cam. I do like how I can open the door after they're out here for a while. They go and do their thing and then they come back. Okay, all of them on usage. Usage instructions for the install script can be shown by running this. Installation is this. AFC Clipper add-on Git. All of this should match. So we will do this. We're gonna follow the box turtle instructions. I just wanted to look at the GitHub over here. So let's copy that and let's go to home and paste. And install. Wow. Is it doing anything? Oh, what happened? Why did it clear my screen? Why did it clear my screen? Why? I don't like that I couldn't see what things it was doing. Well, it installed. There's no reason for it to clear the screen. It did an install. You don't think I can't tell if it installed. It didn't give me any, it cleared my terminal. I did run the install, but I can't prove that because it cleared the terminal. Here's what it did. It ran these three lines, and then it had .install afc.sh as the next thing. I hit enter to this command, and it did that and cleared the screen. Now it created a folder. I don't know. It didn't CD, or maybe it did. Here, let's do this because I moved from there. So let's go. Oops. Yeah, that's what it did. It clears it. It did some things. And then it came back here. I don't like it. I don't like when things hide what it's doing. Not saying that there's anything malicious here, but I like to see what's going on. That's not normal. Okay, well, let's step through this. I mean, any logs? I'm gonna rely on you guys to guide me through troubleshooting this then. Nope, there's no spaces in that folder. This is the... Yeah, it's got the right permissions on the folder, right? Are correct? Probably a conflict with the draw rigging software. Eric Sears is the installer author. Eric Sears, are you here? Oh, there you are. That isn't right. So did you write this, Eric? Okay. So what do you think we should do to troubleshoot this? I'll say again, I don't like that it cleared the screen. Is that not intended behavior? If it's not, then I'll shut up about it. Okay. Let's figure it out then. I don't know why I did that. Python version? How do I check that? So for context, this system, and I know I'm blurry because the box turtle's sitting here. For context, this Pi was a fresh image. It is a fresh bookworm image with mainsail installed manually. ThunderKeys helped me figure out a small problem, which was a permissions problem on the home directory that we fixed. Otherwise, it was installed like 3 weeks ago. So, should I step through each thing? We're at home, we can reclone it. Type of thing only happens when someone is streaming. Of course. I mean, it's not gonna hurt to do this. Fatal destination path already exists, is not an empty directory. Okay. So I would have to do like a git pull. Okay, apparently not. Just try deleting the folder and doing the steps one at a time. Ooh. There's a Clipper update a couple days ago. Okay. Oops. Ah, there we go. There's a clear command on line 46. That's not my main concern now. Things aren't actually running the way they should. Okay, So I never copy and paste from chat, so I got to type this. Not because of what's done, but it's inserted weird characters in before. So now what is that doing? And did I type it correctly? Sudo apt get install yjq Cradini. What is this? Hold on, I'm following Eric's. I'm just making sure I typed it correctly. Ensuring 2 auxiliary programs are installed. JQ is JSON parser. Cradini is a program that can help with configuration updates. Okay. That is there. So I'm with Eric here. I will be deferring to their suggestions. So is there, what do you want me to do next? Not sure if your chat is getting my response. Are you on my Discord, Eric? It might be easiest if you are to jump into the stream chat, rerun this install AFC script. Oh, I need to go there and then. Oh, there we are. Okay, so interesting. Hopefully that helps in maybe capturing scenarios like this. But it looks like that worked. Thank you. This install script will update the AFC Clipper extension to your system. Prior add-on installation detected false. Force update required. Home Pi printer data config, that's correct. Okay. And there, install AFC. So please review the following options to configure your system. Installation type box turtle. Add the AFC includes to your printer config automatically. Sure. Enable tip forming. False. Enable a tool head cutter. True. Enable a hub cutter. False. Enable the kick macro. I'm not going to be pooping, so I don't have to kick, right? I don't have to kick my poop. Enable park macro, probably. We're not gonna poop, so we're gonna go 7. Enable wipe macro. What is the wipe macro? Now there's probably all of this in here. This is, oops, we wanna go here. Sounds like a good way to get dirty shoes. It does. Default options for the part cut, kick, wipe, and tip forming macros can be used if you don't know what to choose. These can all be changed later. That's a brush. I don't have a brush. Let's get rid of the wipe macro then too, right? Use a tool head sensor or ramming. Tool head sensor or ramming. So tool head sensor. Now is this count? Does the pre-gear sensor count for option 9? Change wipe to smear. Sensor is fine? Okay. Eric responded in stream chat. Thank you. I should actually have that open if I'm going to tell someone to go check it out. Awesome. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate you being here and helping me through that quickly. Okay, tool head sensor pin. We need to figure that out. Do I still have it out here on a page? Oh, we can probably go here. Tool head. Was it listed here? No, it's not. Let's go here and go docs.ldo motors. Toolboard. And this is a Nighthawk SB. So our pins. So here for the probe, so we're using GPIO 10 is what we had plugged it into. So I'm assuming that's what we're going to put here. GPIO 10. Okay. And then buffer type is turtleneck. Okay, install. Where is the MCU name? MCU name. Oh. That makes sense. That makes sense. Full pin name. Toolhead sensor pin. That might be a good idea to... Oh, it is right there. It is right there. What did I name that thing? TH. Okay. TH. GPIO 10. Yep, that makes sense. And it's clear. If I would have read it, it would have been more clear. So we're fine. And install. Please enter the pin numbers for the turtleneck buffer. Leave blank to use the default values. Unsure, use the pull up if you're using AFC end stop pin. I've plugged this into the indicated ports. It sounds like this is probably correct. I can use the default. Those are fine. Okay. So if you plug it into something else, you'll need to put something different here. AC configuration updated. AFC Clipper add-on Python extensions installed. Ensure you enter either your CAN bus or serial information in the config file. You may now quit the script. Okay. So into the AFC Turtle 1 config file. Is there any reason why this doesn't ask for the CAN ID, if known? Because it asks for everything else. Is there any reason why we didn't do the CAN ID as well? The UUID? Try again. So close this. I'm going to AFC. But I didn't add it in case someone did it out of order. Okay. We need to go back. I wonder if it's worth. How many commands back is it? There we go. That can ID. Oh, we didn't need to go back. We could have gone here and went to devices and can and refresh. I keep forgetting that this is here. This is handy. Go to devices, can, refresh, and we can copy it right there. I'm ahead of you there, Bearded Bucket. Just ahead of you. Just barely. Refresh. Yep, there we go. Good call. Good call. And UUID here. If it's already set here. Oh, that's kitty cam's out in the way. There we are. If you comment it and uncomment the USB one if you need to. There we go. I need to set that up. I think I'm not sure, but isn't a similar thing in Fluid? I'll echo what Brian said there. I like that install. And I'm definitely, I tend to not use things like Keyow because I like manual processes. This is one of those things that I'm okay. This is definitely a guided install for an add-on is 100% okay with that. Same device lookup, yeah. Oh, hey, things are moving. They all moved. They all moved and lit up. I wasn't expecting that, or I would have put a camera on it. They all moved and lit up, so we've got something going. Woohoo! Prep. Okay, let's go back here. It'll do that again? Okay. First self-test. AFC will run a self-test automatically on startup. It will run through the respoolers on each lane from left to right, and it will update the light box LED indicating status for each lane. So it's going to run each of these motors upon every startup. What happens if you have filament in there? Is it going to loosen filament over time? Or it's probably going back and forth, huh? So it's probably spooling and retracting, right? This is not the last box turtle stream, Leo. We'll be doing at least one more. Okay, so the default status indicator is red, no filament loaded, detected at extruder sensor. It did things when I pushed the button. It's a short move and goes forward and then reverse. Okay. Can always disable the movement. I'll use things first before I work on it. After the self-test completes, you will hopefully see a picture of a happy turtle in the console. Hey, there's a happy turtle. That turtle looks happy to me. I mean, it's got blue eyes and everything. Existing command, unload filament not found in G-code macros. Is that okay? Is that expected? Normal? Okay. Expected warning. Okay. Let's go back here. After the test completes, you hopefully will see a picture of a happy turtle in the console log. If you get a picture of an air turtle, what does an air turtle look like? Does it have a red X for an eye? Tell me it has a red X for an eye. And upside down? Okay. It's upside down with a red X. Perfect. You can display the status. It's feet up. That poor turtle. You can display the status of sensors and as regular filament switches by setting enable sensors in GUI true either globally. If you're unable to resolve the error after visiting, okay, so we didn't have any errors. So further test. Run the test command against each lane one at a time to verify proper respooler operation. So what happens if we do this? Probably want to get a little higher view here. And zoom in. And I think everything else is okay. With blue, it must be Leonardo the Ninja Turtle. Okay, so I'm gonna run this test lane 1 on there. Okay. Testing at full speed and testing at 50% speed. Did that actually change? Let's go test lane 4 so it's easier to see. Yeah, it slowed down. Hey, Pedro. We pushed plastic today. We pushed plastic today. It's right here. Where'd that go? There it is. We pushed plastic today. Ninja Turtle sounds like a good fork name for AFC. Put a spool on it, it should rewind. Hey, Tukes. Okay, let's see. I guess I'll run through the other. Let's go 3. And 2. Suggestions for best sent. On Discord, yeah. Okay, let's go back here. Verify that each respooler works properly. It seems to. Trigger switches. Actuating the trigger switch should begin pulsating that lane's extruder motor, and I did that on the first one, and that's doing it. Uh-oh. That one is. Those are not. Oh. Okay, so if I push that harder, it does. Can't get my finger up there enough. Okay, so the switch. Oh. That's interesting. I went too fast. Yep. That's what's going on. They are working. Yep. That makes sense. I went too fast. So that doesn't work. Once all 4 lanes are confirmed, be activating the correct extruder. When the trigger switch is actuated, move on to the next step. I can't really tell. With this as it is right here, let's see if I can distinguish. Yeah, I mean, but there's no immediate, like, for sure. I couldn't say for sure that when I push this one isn't running, unless I had a good feel for it, which I have a good feel for it, but I wouldn't assume that everybody could tell. So what's another way to tell that it's actuating the correct stepper? Huh? Put some filament in. Enable resolve. Where did it say put the filament in? Where did it say put the filament in? Did it say put the filament in? It will run through. Yeah, next step. I didn't skip anything. Oh, but I'm talking about for the context of this initial startup. It doesn't see, we don't have filament in it yet, but you're supposed to trigger it and make sure that this is the extruder that's moving. That's what I'm saying. Insert filament into the feeder tube. It helps cut it at an angle and then press through. You can press, okay, so I should probably stick with PLAs. We're gonna go all over the place with the spools. Hopefully this is fine. So I've got a protopasta spool here. So let's go. So insert filament into the feeder tube. You can press the filament through, but it feels like the extruder motor is pushing back. Try reversing. Okay. Oop, I had pulled all of these out, so let's put our things back in. You're missing idlers. I am just barely ahead of you. Just barely ahead of you. So that's going to sit there, and then this is going to go in here. So we push that through until there we go. Sweet. Do I do that for all four? Yep. Okay. Let's find some more PLA. Should probably stay away from the flex, right? We're gonna probably be here's some PLA. Here's a wide. We're gonna hit all the different spools. This is a wide printed solid spool. Nice and wide printed solid spool. Cardboard rolls will produce dust in time. That makes sense. They Pooch has out on printables some little covers. You can little printed rings for the protopasta spools. There we go. Sweet. You guys are gonna, I gotta move this over here. There we go. And probably go like that and like that. I think that'll be okay. I don't think there's anything back there that matters. Oh, I see the air turtle. It's not a red X, it's a gray X, but it's a red turtle. Covers aren't needed on this. It's a little dust, but nothing that affects function on this. Okay, another roll of PLA. We might not get a wide range of colors here. That's PETG. That's PETG. That's PLA. It's another black. What do we have here? That's ABS. That's ABS. What is that? Is that ASA? I think that's ASA. PETG. That's PETG. What in the world? Huh. We're not going to get a whole bunch of different colors. But we'll do We'll do another printed solid green. You will serialize with a wide range of colors. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're not actually printing a thing today. We're at 4.5 hours in. We're getting green lights. And a true cement tool. What is going on? Okay. I am getting excited. I actually am. That's cool. I like it. I like it. That's cool. If you're able to load filament into all 4 lanes and get a white LED indicator, move on to the next step. White. Why does it say white? You can press the filament through, it feels like if you're able to load filament into all 4 lanes and get a white LED indicator. I got green. AFC status. Cannot load spools while printer is actively moving or homing. I'm getting lots of errors like this. Is that normal? It should say green. I'll fix. Okay. And AFC status at the console reports no errors. So let's see. Let's see what happens when we do that. Let's go to the full console here. AFC status. Cool. There's nothing in the hub, nothing at the tool, but all 4 lanes are prepped and loaded. That's from when I was doing it too fast earlier. Okay. Turtleneck buffer. Test the turtleneck buffer is configured correctly by extending the slide all the way out and then run query buffer turtle 1. Okay, so, and we're gonna pull the buffer all the way out. White is load to hot end. Turtle 1 trailing. Is that what I should get? This should return trailing. Collapse the slide all the way in. Then run the query. It should then report advancing. Advancing. Perfect. And then somewhere in the middle, what does it report? Okay, it reports the last status, I'm guessing. This. Okay. I have chip and queso, but stream is almost over. That sounds good. Confirm proper operation of your turtleneck before proceeding, and it is. Setting up hot end specific values. Some of these values with AFC are extremely dependent on your hot end. Suggested starting value for hot end types, more to be added later. And I am using a Revo Voron here. So I do have the files for the mainsail integration. We're not going to install them today, but we will probably install them next week. Needs a clear cover to enclose the spools and a heater with fans. That's coming. So that's coming. Enclosure for this is coming soon-ish. Okay. Tool STN and Tool STN unload are in AFC hardware config. Variable retract length and variable pushback length are in this macro vars. For Tool STN, if you have a pin tool end defined, use the second value. Otherwise, use the first value. If you have pin tool end defined. If you have pin tool end defined, use the second value. Do I have pin tool end? Is that the dual? That's what I was just wondering if that's the dual sensor. So I won't have pin tool end. Okay. Rockstar just started the beta testing of the enclosure. Cool. So AFC hardware config. So if we go to our machine, we're in AFC hardware config. We want to tool STN should be 78. What is 78 and 54? Why is that /54? Tool STN, distance from the tool head sensor to the tip of the nozzle in millimeters. So what is the difference here? What is 78/54? 54 is for the dual sensor. Okay, so 78. And tool STN unload is 62. And this, I'm putting these in because the example here is for a Revovoron. I am using a Revovoron. Hey, Liz. And then variable retract length and variable pushback length are in the AFC macro vars. So let's save this, close it, and AFC macro vars is 22 for retract and 20 for pushback. 22 for retract and 20 for pushback. Where is it? How do you get these figures for other hot ends? That's a good question. Is it described? Variable. Variable pushback length. Variable pushback length. Is that what it was? Variable pushback length is 20. And variable retract length is 22. Where is variable retract length? There it is, 22. I could have searched for those. There are quite a few things here. Okay, save that. Stream is going to be a good reference when I reach the programming and config. Good. They don't call the enclosure turtle shell. It should be turtle shell. You're right. A note in order of operations of macros during tool changes. AFC will perform macros on each tool change, T0, T1, in the following order. It'll do a load sequence, do an unload sequence, uncommon variables. AFC has many variables you can tweak for macros, including definition and complete. Park. The park macro enabled or disabled to send the park variable, but you can change it at any time. Cut. There's so many combos. Yeah. It might be handy to simply have a diagram of a cutaway of a hot end and where things need to be moved, what those distances represent. Then you can figure them out yourself. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is the Park XY location. Just the following macro park. The park macros Oh, I was looking for the cut, but yeah. That's what you're working on. Cool. The park macro is enabled or disabled by setting that. But you can change it at any time. Where do we want it to park? How do we know where we want it to park? We'll park at prior to other filament changes. How do we know? It says set park, but what are the reasons? Why do we park? Where do we park? That little fan is strong enough that I can feel it coming through the front skirts. Normally it would park at a poop chute. I park center back or by the cutting arm. It's where the tool head goes to load and unload. That corner where it poops. Polar Ted, welcome. Okay, so we will park back corner near the cutting because that seems like a reasonable spot. Want it to park where you generally put your purge block. Next operation is going to be, yeah, we'll put it in the back corner. Just the following for the park macro if enabled for your specific printer. Variable park. This is in macro variables. Polar Chat, thanks for the gifted memberships. Where was that? Was it up here? Let's see, variable, AFC cut tip. Is that where it was? Macro variables, where it should be? AFC macro variables. And I'm looking for, here, let's do a search. Imagine that. Oh, it's not there. Yeah, about an hour and a half ago, Baze. Giveaways on my Sunday streams are always at 1 p.m. Pacific. So that was 1.5 hours ago. Shouldn't that be in here? AFC macro varies. Did I not define that? Is that what happened? Is I turned that off in the... Why do I need the search in the editor? I should be able to search... Shoot, I keep bouncing around. Let's just search for park. Variable park distance, pin park distance. So this wouldn't be here if I didn't define it during the install. Thanks, Dan. Says if enabled, right? That's where I'm getting, is I probably disabled it. It will be? You're saying it will be. Variable safe margin. All the macros are in there. It's just whether it's enabled or not, or... I don't see... I searched for park, trying to limit it. I don't see it here. We got variable pin park. Variable park location. Why didn't it find park when I searched for it? Okay. It is there. click in the URL bar of the browser and then hit Control F. It'll search with the browser search. Oh, you're right. There it is. Am I actually showing? I can't see OBS screen, so I can't tell what you guys are seeing or not. But we can do that. There we are. Camera's hiding it. Yeah. I've got a printer in my way. I can't reliably turn that camera off. We could do something like this and like this, and there it is. I think you can see that. Okay. That brings up a whole other thing, because what we really need to do is figure out where that is. Let's save and restart. I need to home the printer and there it goes. It didn't hurt the spools at all. Okay, what are we seeing? What are we seeing? We got all that, but we need this to actually work. And I put in a new thing. Is that triggering? I think it is. Okay. The menu shows the vars. Editor search I was talking about. Got it. I'm up to speed now. Let's make sure things are homing right. So I'm gonna home X. That's fine. It's home Y. And then let's home Z. Home it all. Okay. Wanted to make sure because I put a new PZ probe in there. So let's home all again. I put a new PZ control board in there. Wanted to make sure things were going to work okay. You never do your first Z home into your actual bed. Trigger it some other way. Like I did. You saw me put tap the PZ probe. I tapped the nozzle tip. I've got a concern. I've got a concern. Let me check something. Here's my concern is when I do a QGL, am I gonna snap the lever off? Let's find out. It is a Revo PZ, yep. Okay, we're gonna go up and we're gonna go into my printer config and we're gonna look for my QGL settings. I wanna make sure that we're not gonna snap the filament cutter lever off on when I do a QGL. There's homing right, here's QGL. So we got 25, 25. So if we go 25, so now I'm gonna open up a new window here. The same thing. I've snapped 3 print extras. What's the mesh part at the back of the gantry? That is a little shield that's there. What do you see? Here, when you see that. This is a little shield that makes sure that my Z umbilical doesn't droop into the print area. That's all. So let's go back. It really bugs me that I can't see. So if I go G0X25, oh no, we'll be fine. Wow. Yeah, I think so. G0Y175, I think is where I go. Is that right? 175. Yeah, go 175 back. Okay. Why do I go only that far back for QGL? I think we're fine though. At X25 is where I do my QGL. I think we're fine. Let's go ahead. Okay, so the PZ probe is too sensitive right now. That's what happened is I got an error. It's probe triggered prior action movement. So my sensitivity value, by default, these come with the most sensitive setting. We're gonna tangent here a little bit. We're gonna go to E3D. Oops. I think, is it Zendesk? Let's see if that page is what comes up. Revo support and is that where I want? Or did I want Revo? Nope. That's the data sheet. That's not what I wanted. Why is there two Revo supports? Revo Voron documentation, that's what we want. So now, okay, maybe that's not what I wanted. Go back to the help center. I don't know that it's Zendesk. E3D.com. All the way down. Help center. Okay, that I was in the wrong spot. So let me post a link here. Is the Riva PZ Pro okay for the switch wire? I think so. You're still going to want to have a pretty rigid or pretty low or high preload Y rail. Sure, whatever. Revo ecosystem and Revo Boron and Revo PZ Pro. So I want the presets. Preset settings. So preset, power on preset 0 is used by default. I want to do, we can go just 1 and see if that works. So I'm going to hit the button on it once. And now we can try to do a QGL. Yep, see. So I'm playing with sensitivities here, but what also helps with the configuration is if we go back, we'll do it's a little less than on tuning the Revo PZ. We should really be going back to, where is it? Is it configuration? Where's the, maybe it's up here. Maybe it's in the setup guide in Clipper. Before you start using PZ Pro, make sure during probing, reduce the current. In our testing, there was something in here about a little dwell time before probing. It's not about that. It's not about the probing speed right now. It's triggering, it's trying to probe as soon as it finishes that XY movement speed. You can fix that. You don't have to slow down the speed. You can give it a little pause for things to settle before it does the probe movement. I'm just trying to figure out what is it in here? It's this activated G code on the probe, in the probe section, is what, here, we do right there. I think we just do this first bit. So I don't think we need to necessarily change the current on the steppers because it's not triggering on just the vibration of the motion system. I think it's triggering because it hasn't settled when it hits the end of the travel. So let's go over here and go into our probe section. Here we go, activated G-code. So if we go in here, we already have something there for, let's just paste that and then get rid of the duplicate. So that little wait 200 milliseconds, let's see what that does. It's a pause, and it's not after hitting the end stop. We're doing a QGL right now, but it's just basically, it's gonna pause for 200 milliseconds before it actually does a probing move. So, number 4 on previous page. Yeah, I don't think we need to, this is also doing things like changing stepper currents while you're probing. It could be something we have to go to, but I don't think we need to worry about that right now. So let's save and restart. Gonna initialize the turtle. That can home all. Yeah, you can see it in the, see what it's doing in the camera there. Yeah, QGL. There's just that itty, barely perceptible pause before it actually goes to do the probing move. What is left before, for those, the rest that have done this, what is left before we actually start extruding plastic on this? Calibrating lengths, not much at all. What I'm trying to gauge is, are we at a point where next stream it's reasonable for us to do a, get at least well into a first print? Okay, so I think what we're going to finish today with is get the cut location set. Do a cut movement is the, do a cut movement today, and that'll be our final milestone of the day. Need 2 more streams, maybe 3. So that finished, and that was, I mean, you saw we had some problems with the PZ probe. It's because it's a sensitive probe. You have to tune that sensitivity, and there are tricks that you can do to make it more reliable, and those are some of the things we touched on today. So I want to take that opportunity because I think it's a good probe. I'm using it in 2 printers, but I see a lot of folks that kind of give up on it and don't necessarily know that you can change some of those values or change some of the way that you probe for it to work more reliably. So anyway, cut. So now, oh, our park, we need to actually set a location. And the whole reason we went through that little sidetrack was so we could actually move the tool head around and see where a good cut location is. So I'm gonna send this over to, oops, that's not what I want. G0X25, because that seems to be a good spot along there. And maybe G0Y175 is where it probes for that. And it looks like I can go all the way back. So we're gonna go back to 225. Let's do a park even further, 240. And there's no reason for that to not be, will it go all the way to 250? Yep, okay. So we're gonna go 25, 250. And that's actually right in line with the pin. That's almost exactly in line with the pin for the cut move. I have one sitting, I bought it Smurf, but I don't have a printer to put it in. Need to run the length, extruder hub. Yeah, I figured that sounds like good stuff to do for that last stream right before print. Okay, so we're gonna go X25. I mean, I can probably even go even further over. G0X10. That's just touching, so I don't want to do that. Let's go 12. Yeah. No matter what direction it moves to there, if it's X12, Y250, it's not going to hit the bumper. Off topic, anybody know anything about or do business with West 3D? West 3D is a scam. No, they're not. Not even a little bit. West 3D is some of the coolest people in the industry. If you are interested in anything that they carry, they will take care of you. There is a joke about them being a scam, is why I said that, but they're not. Okay, so park location. Let's go in there. Nope, not history, machine. Someone's got to clip that. Someone's got to clip that and send it to Dan. Jason, welcome. There's a whole story behind that, Jason. I'm not qualified to retell that story and do it any justice. About or behind the West 3D is a scam joke. So you'll have to ask Dan or Alan about it sometime. Okay, Macroverse. Reddit post of someone asking if they were a scam. So we're gonna go 12, 250. You guys see that? Yep. There we go. 12, 250. You had a choice between a Trident or a 2.4 to put the box turtle on. Trident. Trident's a better choice because it's going to have a shorter filament path by a little bit. Okay, so let's save that. Let's go back to here. So cut. The cut macro is enabled or disabled by setting that. It's prompted for variable retract length. How much to retract the filament before performing the cut. This reduces purge waste and improves reliability of insertion of the next filament. Hot independent, a good starting value is the length of your melt zone. So West 3D, KB3D, Fabrico, top 3 resellers. And they're all good places to buy from. XY position where your tool head cutter arm just touches the depressor pin. There's no default value. This must be defined. Okay, so we're going to use this window for defining that. And that is, and these are all in the AFC macro vars. Okay, so variable retract length is how much retract filament. And we already did that, right? We did that as part of the stuff up here. Variable retract length and variable perspec length is already done. We did these. So now we're going to be setting our variable pin location where the tool head cutter arm just touches the depressor pin. So let's go here and let's do, I think I can I get a decent shot here? I think I can. Sort of. So that is almost lined up there. We're probably half a millimeter forward. Box turtle fits nicely on a Trident 250. If we go G0Y 249.5, bet you that brings it right into, yeah. So we're gonna go 249.5 there. I think you guys can see that. It's pretty centered, right? See you, Jeff. And then we can probably go 0x11. Yeah. Is that what we're talking about? We want it to just almost touch. So X11 and 249.5. So if we go to our, what is it? That's park location. So what are we looking for? Variable pin location. Variable pin location is 11 and 249.5. And then variable cut direction. For Filamatrix, you want this to be set to left. Other tool head cutters may actuate in different directions. Dragon burner cutter may be front. The default value is left. Okay, we'll leave that. Pin park distance. How far to park the tool head near the depressor pin before initiating the move. This acts as a safety as well as helps generate momentum for the cut. The default value is 6. Okay, we'll leave that. How well does the box turtle fit on a micron? It's going to be quite a bit wider. Variable cut move distance. How far the tool head has to move from variable pin location Y to fully depress the cutter. This should be reduced from the actual value by 0.5 millimeter as a buffer to prevent skip steps. The default value is 8.5. That seems like it would work fine. 8.5, we're at 11 right now. 8.5 is not going to bottom out that axis. And variable cut count. How many times to attempt the cut? The default value is 2 to ensure a clean, complete cut. Okay, so the only thing, well, we don't have to do anything else. Every other value here is fine, right? I think so. We set the pin location and everything else should be fine. We can test the move distance. So this says 8.5. So we've got an error state. Why do we have an error state? Lost communication with Turtle 1. Why did we lose communication with Turtle 1? Save this. Lost communication with MCU Turtle 1. Why? Why did we do that? That's weird. Turtle 1 is down. Let's restart. Failed automated reset of MCU. Let's try again. Okay, that came back up. We'll be keeping an eye on that. I will be double checking all my wiring, all my crimps. Remember that pin that wasn't staying inserted all the way? We'll be checking that. So now we have to home. So I think we're gonna go for this view. Yeah, I think this will probably be the best. Maybe we can move. Let's move this. That's where all the action's gonna be, so let's do that. We gotta do a home. Bad time to talk about the reliability of CAN. I mean, it doesn't matter what connection what communication type you're using. A bad crimp is gonna ruin your day. The AFC 120 resistor, I'm pretty sure I checked to see if it was there. I won't be able to do that easily right now. I've got Leviathan printers running reliably with CAN. So my purple Trident is using a Leviathan and CAN. Okay, so is there a, how do we test this? So how do we can we actually run a macro to do a cut? First of all, let's do a move over there to the X11 Y2 49.5. And now X 2.5 will get us to the 8.5. So that pushes it. That's 8.5 millimeters of movement. Yeah, it seems to push okay. The tool head is USB on here. So things are moving in the right spots. The amount of movement it's configured for depresses the cutter without any drama. Is there any, can I run like a cut or a park command? Is that in here? Here, we've got things. Let's go here. We've got macros that are built in. We can do AFC cut. What happens if I do that? Temperature is too low. Yes, it needs, so it probably needs, let's heat it up. Let's heat it up. I said, I don't want to poop. I got a poop macro. I said. I don't want to poop and I don't want to brush. Whew, I don't want to be around me. The commands exist, but don't do it. It'll just air out, right? There is that. Well, that's the brush. BT lane move, BT prep, BT resume, all this kind of stuff. Yeah, it would be. Okay, if we do, so let's go here. I'm going to hit the AFC cut macro. It did the thing. The click you heard was the Bondtech gears snapping into place. So we can go in here, go to the configuration and macros, and we can do a, what do we do here? Let's do a expert and add a group. We'll call this AFC. And we want to add that, AFC cut, AFC kick, AFC park, AFC poop, and then box turtle lane eject. We'll just do all, maybe we'll rename that to box turtle instead of AFC. Those are the main ones there that we want. We'll name this box turtle. Close that and close that. And now we'll see just box turtle macros down here. Let's go to the dashboard. Move this back over there. There we go. Now we got grouped up. Before poop doesn't work that well. Sometimes you got to wipe, then poop, then wipe. I mean, you got to clean off the nozzle. Okay. Oh. Well, that's fun. Looks like I got something to troubleshoot this week. Lost communication with MCU. Okay. Well, let's switch back here. Look over the... There we go. There's something going on. I'm going to troubleshoot it. I'll report back if I find anything. It's happening often, so hopefully it's not a big problem, or hopefully it's a little easier to troubleshoot because it's happening often. So mine does that when I save restart. Okay, but I didn't do anything. It was sitting here. So this isn't using a CB2 or a Pi 2. It's using a regular Pi. So it's not the crimp. It can't be the crimp. It was the crimp. Thank you, everyone. We have a nice little over 5-hour stream here today. We will be going to a part 6 on this. That will be next weekend. Thanks to LDO for letting me give away a box turtle kit. Congratulations to the winner. Thanks to Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament every stream. And congrats to that winner. Thank you for all the gifted memberships, and hope those of you that have tomorrow off enjoy your long weekend. Otherwise, we'll see everyone next weekend. Thanks again, and enjoy the build. Bye.